Charge complete.
Yeah. I don't ever remember feeling like this. But I'm out here in these YouTube streets. So I want you to get your fingers.
I don't know what you're doing.
I want you to
right
get
now,
your
but
mouse.
I want you to check me out.
And I want you to check me out.
Get ready to do this. It's the relationship rehab. Like, share, and subscribe. We coming at you live. So come on, let's take a ride. Hit subscribe to United Guns of America. Just click that link and listen up to what I'm telling you. It's the relationship rehab.
Click that link right now. You know what I'm saying? It's your boy Brian Revin, and I just want y'all to subscribe to my channel. You know what I'm saying? I want you to let me know what you think. I'm gonna talk about some things, you can talk about some things, and we can do our thing. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's all about having a conversation, right? I mean, if we can't talk to each other, then, I mean, what are we really here for? I want y'all to be able to just come over to my channel, talk to me about what's going on with you, and I can tell you what's going on with me, and we can feel some things, you know what I'm saying? That's all about growth, baby. So click that link, go ahead and swipe on your phone, whatever you gotta do. Share my content. It's just get me out here, baby. Cause we just talking, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I like doing what I'm doing because it's about the people. It's about us having a conversation with each other. It's about us discussing whatever needs to be discussed. And on these YouTube streets, this is the best place to do it, baby. Like, share, and subscribe. That's right. Click the link. Click the link. Yeah. I just want to say thank you to everybody that's out here that's already subscribed. You know what I'm saying? Cause y'all ain't the first one, and y'all ain't the last one. So I just want to give a shout out to everybody that click the link, that click the share, and then subscribe to your boy. Cause we gon' grow this thing together, baby. Relationship rehabbing, United Guns of America. To the world, blow up, baby. Yeah. Click the link, baby. Click the link, baby. Yeah. Hey, I just wanted to send a shout out to all y'all. I love y'all. That's why I do this. It's for the love of us, baby. I appreciate all of y'all. Ooh, we gon' do this thing. We gon' do this thing right here, baby. Hey, look, if you at a computer right now, just go ahead and click your link. What else you got to lose, baby? Tell me what you think. Hit the comment section. You can jump on the live panel. We do it all here. That's what it's all about. So come holler at your boy. I've been doing this for years, but I just got onto this YouTube thing. So hey, let's see what it do and where it can go.
to your 90 guns of America. Just click the link and listen up to what I'm telling you, telling you, telling you.
Good afternoon, and no, it ain't nothing wrong with your internet. No, this is not an emergency conversation that's happening like it happened with Fresh and Fit. They done already damn near done kicked me off of YouTube, so that conversation done been had. However, yes, it is the afternoon, and yes, I am going, well, it's the evening now officially, and yes, I am going live. Hold on, my wife is, I just got a text message. Let me do this real quick. See what's going on. My wife is calling me. Okay. Hi, sweetheart. All right. Love y'all too. Bye. All right. Got that out of the way. Wife had to let me know she was on her way back to me. Okay, so yes. I'm trying something different. I know I've been telling y'all that I'm trying to get it together for this show so that I could be more consistent in spite of my internet troubles that I have because of the area that I'm in. But I'm working on it. So we're going to see how this goes. And this could possibly or potentially be something that I start doing on the regular. So with that being said, let me check and see why my chat ain't up. Hold up, wait a minute. Let me see what is going on with this thing here. Because it should be up already. I tried to get it prepared for y'all ahead of time so we wouldn't have to have these little pleasantries going on. Come on. There we go. Okay, cool. Yeah, I know. People are like, Brian, this early? I know. But hey, gotta sometimes shake shit up, keep y'all on y'all toes out here. But one of the things I did want to do before the show, I had got some terrible news earlier this week. One of my childhood brothers, one of the big brothers on my block, man. I mean, this one hit home, man. My big brother Anthony Nemox passed away, man. So sending prayers and hugs and just thoughts of comfort to the family, my Nemox family, my Crumb family. I love y'all, man. We lost us one of the good ones, man. So yeah, so that was sad this week. Other thing happened and I totally forgot, and I don't know how, because I always get, well, I do know how, I always get these dates mixed up. My nephew Malcolm birthday. So if you watching, nephew, happy birthday to you, baby. Uncle love you. Yes, we gonna call you. I remembered it yesterday and was gonna call you yesterday, but I wanted to call you with everybody in the family. So we'll probably do that this evening after I get off the show. Call and wish you a happy belated birthday. Because we call everybody, me and the family, we all get together and we call everybody and sing happy birthday song to people when it's their birthday. So I didn't get to do that for him, so we'll definitely do that. So I want to do that. Also, too, today, I didn't forget this one, is my brother George's birthday, G. Dot. So, yes, indeed, happy birthday to you, brother. I love you. Hope you having a great birthday. I know you got a nail in your tie the other day, but that ain't nothing, baby. You get a tie plugged up for $10, $20. Get on back out there and enjoy yourself. So I hope you having a good birthday, bro. I will be calling you later on today, too. So we got 2 birthday calls to make. So when my wife and my kids my daughter get home, my son sleep, I gave my son his daily dosage of NyQuil at 6 o'clock. So he finally nodded on off. Had to give him, the big dosage. Cause no, I'm just kidding. I don't do those things. I just tell him to get in there and lay down. Lay down. No, he don't do that. My son, when it's time to go to sleep, he go to sleep. So I love my baby boy. And but yeah, other than that, that's pretty much what's going on. I wanted to get that stuff out of the way, and I wanted to get into the show because after the show tonight,
I'm hooking up with my brother Easy, and we going to smoke some cigars, baby. Yes, indeed. So I enjoy doing that. But other than that, everything has been good in my world. That I can't complain about nothing else. I just got to keep doing what I got to do so I can get where I'm trying to go. I wanted to do this show. I actually got 2 shows actually still I got to do. But I wanted to do this one because this here is one of the... It's one of those... and if you haven't seen this, I was really impressed by Larry Elder. I like Larry Elder. First off, let me just say that. I do like Larry Elder. I have liked him for a long time. Mainly because... for the most part, he tells the truth, which is with a lot of things. And it's a shame that I have to use that as a baseline, but it's like he tells the truth. Like, that's just what it is. It's like people, call it what you want. You may not agree with everything that he says. You may not like everything that he says, but for the most part, my man tells the truth. I'm not saying he's perfect, but he tells the truth. And with that being said, I wish we had more of that. I wish that the people would demand more of that. And I think that is the problem. We still, especially us as black folks, we love to be made to feel good. You got to make us feel good. Fuck everything else. I don't want no truth. I don't want no honesty. I don't want loyalty. I don't want nothing. Make me feel good. They all like my man in what's the dude name in Players Club? Do something to make me feel good. That's how we are. When it comes to politics, when it comes to just the things that we need that are best for us in this life, we want to be, you got to make me feel good. You want my support, you want my dollars, make me feel good. And this is one of those clear examples of that. And I guess the biggest thing that shocked me about it, didn't shock me, but it really hit home to me, because I saw this, and as I was watching The Breakfast Club, it made me sad. And it made me sad for this reason. It's like, when are we as black folks? Everybody talk about black folks saying, when we gonna have a revolution? When black community gonna ever come together? When black folks gonna ever get it right? Will black folks ever be able to overcome? Oh, we've been saying that shit for 40 years, since I've been around. But the thing is that I think it needs to be a little bit more basic than that. When are we as black folks, I know this may be a shocker, but when are we as black folks just gonna treat each other with respect? When are we gonna treat each other with respect? It's something that my brother Tommy said a long time ago, years ago. He said, it just seems to be that black folks just don't really like each other. It's like, that shit is true. It's like, we literally will have just the utmost disdain and hatred towards someone that we don't even fucking know. But yet and still, those that are our direct, just closest enemies, we'll let them do whatever we do, whatever they want to do. The ones that are our biggest threats, we won't question, challenge, go after, expose. Niggas love exposing niggas. We won't do any of that. But somebody that don't make us feel good, that we just don't like or are told not to like, we will totally just be intentional when it comes to just being disrespectful. We intentionally disrespectful. Intentionally just finding a way to jab, throw a shot at on purpose. Not just through happenstance in a conversation, but I'm going to fuck with this person. I'm going to say something offensive because I want to offend this motherfucker just because. Not I'm making my point and it may be offensive. No. I'm just going to do shit and say shit and give off vibes like I'm going to change. My energy is going to be disrespectful. And that's one of the things that I really saw in this video. And it's like, you got a bunch of niggas sitting on a show that's a very popular show, and they can't even be civil. They can't even be genuine. If we can't have a genuine, honest conversation amongst ourselves, how the fuck can we come together as a people? And that's the thing that it left me with in watching this. It just left me with that. Fuck facts. Fuck the truth. Your point of view don't matter. You don't make me feel good and I don't like you. So therefore, you getting all of this. That's just right. That's just what it is. Young Sykes said, "How to be make me feel good, make me feel good. Can you make me feel good?" That's the niggas' mentality. You walk into a room here's the thing. You walk into a room full of liberal niggas. That's exactly what's going on in their mind. Every last one of them in their mind, they're like, "Make me feel good. Can you make me feel good?" That's what's going on in their mind. And if you don't do that, motherfucker, you everything under the sun. Coon. You a motherfucking you hate yourself. What's the other one they call? Y'all know all the goddamn names. Race traitor. I don't know. Y'all know what they all are. But that's what it is. And it's like it's consistent even when y'all got the home field advantage. You would think that a bunch of liberals like Envy, like Charlemagne, even though Charlemagne's an undercover liberal, and Tesla Figueroa. Let me get to that, and before we start this motherfucking show. When she first came out, I really liked her just for the fact that she was able to just speak her mind and really just make her point, which very few people do nowadays. Very few people don't have the art of the conversation, but as she's gotten more known and as she's gotten more opportunities, she done drank the liberal Kool-Aid all the way to the bottom of the picture. She's drank it all. She done took it all. It done ran all down the side of her face, down her throat, on her shirt. It's all on the floor. She's totally bathed in the shit now. And she don't even sound like she did when she first started talking and started doing social media. When she was on podcasts, stuff like that. If you go back and look, she don't even sound the same the way she does now. She's totally running the liberal playbook. And the thing about it is, I ain't even mad at that's what you want to do. That's what you want to do. But now she's running and she's putting that classic, what's the best way to say it? It's that classic black woman attitude and sass that think that she's on she thinks she's getting you told, but she's really just embarrassing herself because of the way she carries herself and she presents herself. And it's sad because at one point she had some type she had something that was worth listening to. But it's like, now we know what you're going to do. She did the same thing with Vivek Ramaswamy, and you're going to see that. She did the same thing with Larry Elder, and anybody else that comes on that's not supporting her thing, this is just watch how she's just not disagreeing, but just being blatantly and intentionally disrespectful. It's embarrassing. It's not just, oh, she just really don't like this person. Nope. It's embarrassing because you can clearly tell that she's being this puppet, this thing on purpose. She's fulfilling the whole disrespectful, loud, angry black woman vibe. She's perfecting it. And it's beyond the point to where you can't even stomach it. It's like you don't even want to talk to her because you can't talk to her. That's just what it is. And it's like, I don't know why she think that's working for her or why she think that's the move, but that's exactly what she does. And that's exactly how she's carrying herself. And it's really just embarrassing. So with that being said, I got that off my chest. Let's go ahead and let's get it started. But without further ado, my favorite part of the show. Talk to me, baby.
Federal law allows citizens to reproduce, distribute, or exhibit portions of copyrighted motion pictures, videotapes, or video discs under certain circumstances without authorization of the copyright holder. This is called fair use and is allowed for purposes of criticism, news reporting, teaching, and parody, which doesn't infringe of copyright under 17 U.S.C. 107.
Oh, and I'm glad I saw it too. Shout out to my man Troy Sherman. Hit your boy up with a donation. Y'all please hit that Cash App. He said I just got banned. Wait, what you say? I just got banned from Facebook for responding to your Facebook post about this story. Wow. Hey man, I'm telling you, the only reason like it's very little that I put on Facebook because I know what they own already. So it's like I try to keep that to a minimum. I literally just post up stuff about the show just to keep those people that's on the page and stuff informed when I do one. Cause it's crazy, dude. It is crazy. They are just it is what it is, man. But thank God for Rumble. That's all I can say, man. And if you have not, please go subscribe to my Rumble because this here ain't promised. And also subscribe to the Guru and the Whore over on Rumble too. Tommy and I about to start doing our show again. Yeah, it's gonna be. I can tell you what. I don't know when we gonna start, but it's definitely gonna be on Friday. So we got it nailed down. We getting close. We getting close, y'all. We getting close. But yeah, I'm excited about that, man. That's gonna be really good. So y'all definitely make sure y'all go and subscribe to that. That's actually in the description box. If you're looking at the show on YouTube, it's in the description box where you can click that little link and go and subscribe there on Rumble. But yeah, so let's go ahead and let's fire up the show. I really want you guys to just get an idea of like what the way that this dude carried himself. Larry Elder did an outstanding job, and I mean outstanding. The way that he handled himself just repeatedly, and even though as frustrating as it was dealing with her, he still did it, and he did it the right way, and I really like it. I'm really proud of the way that he dealt with her and got her, you know. He didn't let her get to him, even though he figured out what she was on and what she was doing. And there's even a few times you'll see where Charlemagne got to be like, hold on, bitch. Let him answer.
Saying.
Okay.
I didn't know you had a star in the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
Yeah,
man.
yeah, about a handful of radio guys do, and I'm one of them.
Thanks,
Yeah, I
Nick
think it was
Cut.
you, Elvis Duran,
Angie
Howard
Martinez.
Stern,
Yeah.
Big Boy. Oh, Angie
Angie
Martinez.
Martinez.
A guy named Arthur Godfrey.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's jump right into it. Why are you running for president?
Well, I'm running as an America First mega guy.
He said
and we
our
have an
elders.
America First mega guy,
I
but
get it.
obviously.
Elders.
So the question is, what do you bring to the table?
You said
And-
MAGA.
I see
MAGA.
it, Jason.
Okay.
And the answer is, I bring a lot of issues to the table that I feel our side is not talking enough about, if at all. For example, the number one social problem in America, by far, is the epidemic not of COVID, but of fabulousness. 70% of black kids.
Let me stop right there, goddammit. If you have not, go to fatherlessamerica.com and check out one of the greatest documentaries of all time, A Fatherless America, by none other than Tommy Sotomayor. God damn it. It's funny. It's funny how after all of this time that has went by with that documentary, I have yet to see anyone like legit like not like that documentary. Say what you want to say about my boy. Say what you want to say, but you can't knock the work. The work is there. The work is definitely there. That was one of the, and I'm not saying that because that's my boy. That's one of the best documentaries I've seen. It was really good, and I hope he do a part 2, because if Tariq Nasheed can do a part 5, 6, and 7, The Hidden Colors, we damn sure can get one more Fatherless America. So I'm just saying, but yes, if you have not, please go and check that out. fatherlessamerica.com. It's also available on Amazon. Yeah, just an outstanding documentary, man. It's definitely worth seeing. It ain't no bad stuff in it. So no profanity or nothing like that in it. So you can have your kids watch it. You can have young people watch it. I highly recommend it. It's definitely some teachable stuff in there, and man, it was definitely worth the wait that we and got to see it. So y'all check that out. Let's go.
Today enter the world without a father in the home, married to the mother, up from 25% back in 1965. Now 25% of white kids enter the world today without a father in the home, married to the mother. And the stats are clear. Even Barack Obama once cited them. If you're raised without a dad, you're 5 times more likely to be poor and commit crime, 9 times more likely to drop out of school, and 20 times more likely to end up in jail. What's happened? In the mid-60s, with I think the best of intentions, a Democrat named Lyndon.
Let me see if I do this. I want to make sure that I don't have no problems with the, because I know, hold on. Give me 2 seconds. Let me start this up because I just remembered how they be tripping. All right, let's see. That should work. Yeah. All right. That's not too loud, is it? Yeah, Yep, I gotta put that background music in there just so it won't be no bullshit. They talk about you copyrighted out. Nope. This is commentary. This is commentary. Is that music good? Is it low enough? Y'all let me know I'm good. Okay, cool. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I did that. I'm glad I thought about it now, so it won't be no nonsense.
Poverty. And since then, we have incentivized women to marry the government and incentivized men to abandon their financial and moral responsibility. You know, when I say this to people, the pushback I get is, well, there are lots of things that are going on, systemic racism, poverty. Here's the problem. If you look at a young black male aged 10 to 43, that's young to me because I'm 71 years old. A young black man in that demo is 13 times more likely to be murdered than a young white man, same demo. Young black man, real young, 19 and under, the number one cause of preventable death is homicide, almost always at the hands of another young black male. Same demo for whites, the number one cause of preventable death is unintentional deaths. That includes drug overdoses, automobile accidents, drownings. It's not until they get to number 4 that death is the cause. In America, 60% of the shootings, the robberies, and the homicides are committed by black people, often against other black people. Of the homicides in this country, half of them are black victims, almost all killed by other blacks. How do you explain that if it isn't for the absence of fathers?
And the reason why I wanted that to play is just because of those numbers. I think that's relevant, and I think that's important for us to know. That's just something that needs to be out there. It's not talked about enough, but it's like for those that are seeing this on such a big platform like the Breakfast Club, I think that was very good to have those type of numbers out there so that people can actually know what's happening and what's going on. So it's not a thing of just where you always want to think, oh, well, we just do this because of systemic racism, or we just do this because we race. It's not always about that. There are other things that we are in control of that we can do and should be doing to better our communities and to better us as a people when we're talking about the black folk, black community, whatever you want to call it. But when you're talking about that, this is something that is like a cornerstone of that needs to be addressed about us. That I just wanted to make sure that I played that so that part would definitely be something that would be known and can be heard, because it really does need to be.
Prepared to say black people are just genetically inclined to commit more crime? I doubt it. And the go-to reaction often is poverty and systemic racism. Here's the problem. 1940, when there was blatant racism, this is before Brown versus Board of Education, before the Civil Rights Act of '64, KKK was still alive and well, 87% of blacks lived under the poverty line. Now it's about 14%. You can't blame it on poverty, you can't blame it on racism. It is the breakdown of the nuclear intact family, and neither side is talking about it. The left doesn't talk about it because they caused it with the welfare state, and our side does not talk about it because if you're white, you'll be accused of dissing single moms who are heroically raising these kids, or you'll be accused of being a racist, or if you're black, you'll be accused, as I was by the LA Times, of being the black face of white supremacy. Nobody's talking about that. I am.
What are the reasons, if your statistics are right, what are the reasons that you think fathers aren't in the home?
As I said, it's because in the mid-'60s, Lyndon Johnson launched what he called the War on Poverty. In Charlemagne, literally, they sent social workers door to door in the inner city. I remember this, advising women of the availability of welfare provided there was no man in the house. It created an economic incentive for women to marry the government. Same thing with whites. In 1965, 8% of whites entered the world without a father in the home married to the mother. Now it's about 25%, also up threefold. Look at census data, 1910, 1920, 1930, in places like Milwaukee, Chicago, Philadelphia, a young black kid was slightly more likely to be brought into a world with a father in the home married to the mother than a young white kid. We have incentivized this kind of bad behavior, and it's had a disproportionately bad effect on the black community.
Now, you'll hear him say this a couple of times. This is one of the things I disagree with Larry Elder. He'll say he believes that Lyndon Johnson, he did it unknowingly and coming up with Title IV and all of that kind of stuff. He thinks that he didn't do it purposely. But I beg to differ. I beg to differ, and I disagree with that. I believe it was intentional. I believe that the end result of what this was and got us to basically where I don't think that the social engineers were able to see it this far, but the idea and the premise to say, hey, if we can get the main decision maker and the leader out of the home, then we as the government can essentially control this group of people. And that's just something that has been factual with just society. When the man is not in charge of the home, when the man is not present in the home, then it leaves the family vulnerable. It just does. And so I believe that was done purposely for a position of control. It's like, if I want you to be if I want to have a situation where I can manipulate you and I can take the person who would keep us from manipulating you out of the equation, then absolutely I would do that because it would be to my advantage.
The question: what do white people do
Boy, I
wrong?
tell you, these people.
Larry Elder.
What do you mean? What do white people do? I'm not worried about white people. I'm worried about what's going on with us.
But if there's systemic racism in this country, which we know it is.
No, I don't say there is. You say there is. I don't believe that.
Oh, you don't believe there's
No,
systemic
there used to
racism?
be, obviously. Tell me what you think the number one systemic example of systemic racism is in America.
Oh man, there's so many.
Just give me the most important one you think.
But at the top of mind, I probably maybe say mass incarceration, maybe.
Really? During the Great Depression, when 50% of black adults were unemployed, you didn't have this kind of mass incarceration. It's the breakdown of the family. There's a direct.
I'm not going to. I agree with the family part. I'm a black man who is a father to his children, and I'm a happily married black man to a black woman. So I'm never going to argue with that part, you know. But I just feel like everything is black with you. Black is wrong. Black people do this and black people do that. And when I ask you what white people do wrong, you said you're not worried about white people at all.
I'm talking.
Now, here's my thing with that question. Why would you ask the question to say, well, do white people do anything wrong? Of what concern would that be to the detriment of black folks? To say if white people did something wrong, or do white people do anything wrong? Let's say the answer is, well, yes. So is the next part of that going to be, well, why ain't you talking about that? Because I'm not one of these pro-black people that want to sit and race hustle and talk about something that I can't control and something that isn't really the main direct threat to me or my people. And that's the whole thing. And anytime I hear pro-blacks talk like that, where they want to put the blame on white folks, they want to talk about white folks. Well, it's the white folk. The white folk do this. The white folk do that. If you know so much, and you can clearly see that it's the white folks, and this is just for the pro-blacks, if you can clearly see that it is the white folks, then why would you, at that point, need to continue to address it? Because you can't control the white folk. You ain't in control of the system. If there ever is one, you're not in control of it, and you don't control white folks. So what is it that you think you're going to get out of trying to latch on to that idea? It's all the white folk fault. If you are not being intentionally held where you can specifically say, this white person wouldn't let me go here, then I don't see what the problem is, and I don't see that today. I just don't. Because that one thing that you're trying to latch on to is 79-11 others that you could be acknowledging now that we do, and that we do to each other, that we won't address. And every time that part gets made in a conversation like this, all that the pro-blacks say, or all that the liberals say is, well, yeah, I agree with that point. But that is the point. Like, if that is the thing, let's keep the main thing the main thing. How do I better myself? It's by doing the work myself. I need to work on myself by changing myself. How do I better my people? I need to change the thought process and the thought patterns of our people. Period. That's just what it is. You can talk about every other variable. Well, had it not been for Black Wall Street getting towed down, black folks would have been. It's gone. And we ain't built it back. And as racist as you want to say everything is, as much as the system is in place of everything it is, you can constantly see we got the most black millionaires than we've ever had before, most niggas with money than ever before. Why would you not be trying to rally those resources together to say, hey, let's go and do this so we can have our own? Just saying.
About the damage, disproportionate damage going on in the black community. For example, look at these smash and grabs that are taking place in Los Angeles where I live. There's a suburb called Glendale where at a mall recently, a mob of 30 to 40 people, they had masks on, but one guy got popped. He was a black.
Jason, you don't believe it ever was.
And in recent years and times,
all you gotta do is listen to Tommy's song. It's like it was just a bunch of stores. It was commerce. What's keeping us from doing that? If Black Wall Street was so important, if it was such a staple to our community, how come it ain't a Black Wall Street in every hood? You could have it. Ain't nobody keeping us from buying real estate, especially in the hood. Ain't nobody stopping us from doing that. Ain't nobody stopping these millionaires, these niggas that got all this money, these drug dealers and all the motherfuckers you want to count and go down the line. All these bitches on OnlyFans making hundreds of thousands of dollars. All these motherfuckers that got all this money, ain't not damn one of them got together to build a Black Wall Street. But niggas can build a trap house museum. We can do that shit. Let's build a museum celebrating and documenting the black folks' journey through selling drugs. Let's do that. Fuck getting a bunch of a black bank. Fuck starting a black hospital. Fuck starting a black clinic. Nope. Let's get a bunch of weave shops. Let's get a bunch of fucking bullshit that we don't need and let's sell that to our people. Get a bunch of sneaker stores. Let's do that. But then we'll say why black folks ain't making it and why black folks ain't getting better is because of this white racist system that keep bullshit. There is nothing, and I mean nothing, that is keeping black folks from coming together and putting their money together to do the things that they say they stopped us from doing back in the 60s, back in the 50s. Nobody, nowhere. Just saying. There
have been a number of these in places like Chicago, places like New York. If I were involved in something like that, Charlamagne, I grew up with a dad, just as you're raising your own children. I would have been more afraid of my father than I would about the cops catching me. These kids are afraid of neither. They don't have a father in the home. Cops are demoralized. They're pulling back. Their manpower is short. And as a result, you tell a bad guy you're less likely to be caught, convicted, incarcerated, crime goes up. They may be criminals, but they're not stupid.
Now tell me this. What the fuck does white people do anything wrong got to do with what he just said? What does that have to do? And those are the things that are pertinent. It's like you're talking about just, hey, total chaos in these cities now. It's happening so much that it's not even really making national news anymore. The smash and grabs and shit still going on. These niggas are now, we were just talking about this online playing Call of Duty the other night. They were just telling me about how in Chicago, what they're doing now. Listen to this shit. They're literally walking up and robbing the fucking UPS man, the Amazon man, and the mailman or woman. They're literally, that's the new thing. Getting these boxes. They're trying to get the postal workers. They're trying to get the master keys for them to open up all the mailboxes so that they can steal all the packages. That's the new shit. So we done went and had the Kia boys, the niggas that was going around stealing all the Kias. We done had them niggas that was doing that. Now the new thing is, let's go and rob these motherfucking package delivery people. Let's try to get the master keys to these apartment complexes and these condos so that we can just take not one, but all the packages. So we get the key, take the key, and then when they come and deliver all the packages, since I got the mail key, I just go and open up all the motherfucking mailboxes, take all the packages there after the motherfucking mailman leave. So they going up and robbing the mailman, taking whatever money they may have, taking their shit, taking their keys and all this shit, so that they can go and rob the people. And this is what we're doing now. When have you ever heard of that shit happening? Massa said they called the National Guard in DC to stop the robbery. What happens to these people when they do get caught? If they get caught, it's all bullshit. They're literally letting these people run amok. They're going around unchallenged and unchecked like the fighting Urukai on the fucking Rohan. For those of you who know what that is.
When you say, what do white people do? I mean, this is a country that has struggled mightily to get over its historic racism. There was a civil war. There was a big civil rights movement. This is the only majority white country that's ever elected a black president, let alone re-elected a black president. The three biggest cities in America are New York, Chicago, LA. They all have black mayors, even though no city has a majority of black population. The president of Harvard is a black female. Martin Luther King in 1966, Charlemagne, gave an interview to the BBC. This is
Tell me where this dude is lying. And that's why I said I gotta give this dude his props. He ain't doing nothing but telling the truth. And it's like, in all of that, in the grand scheme of things, and just having the Monday morning quarterback look at this, it's like, if you look at what black folks that are in charge, and there's a part in this where Tesla Figueroa is gonna be talking about what system we control of. Bitch, if I'm the mayor, nigga, I'm in charge. Fuck you talking about? If I'm the police chief, I'm in charge. I'm the superintendent, I'm in charge. I run the fucking show. I don't go, and it's like, we fail to let that shit just go by. If I'm the mayor of Chicago, I'm the mayor of Detroit, that means what? I run shit. What are you talking about? I'm in charge of the system. The great machine in Chicago, like as they call it or refer to it, I'm in charge of it. Lori Lightfoot ran the fucking city. Brandon, what's his name? Brandon Jacobs, is that his name? Brandon Williams, what the fuck his name is. He's in charge of the city right now. And they ain't doing shit. So it's like, when you talking about saying be in charge of the system, you are in charge of the system. If I'm the fucking police superintendent of the city of Chicago, that means I tell all the police what the fuck to do. The only person who's my boss, who I answer to, is the mayor. Bing bong. Just saying. So I don't see how that we are in control of these systems in Detroit. Same thing. We running the show. And look at the show. It's still a shit show. And in some cases, in most cases, it's worse. Brandon Johnson. I don't know why they said Brandon Jacobs. I don't know who Brandon Jacobs is. It's somebody. I don't think it's the baseball player. It's somebody. But I'm just saying, we are in charge of certain systems across the country where we running shit.
Years after the Civil Rights Act of '64 got passed. And he said, I'm amazed.
Oh, the Giants.
How many
yeah. That's who it is. Right.
2 years. Why?
Thank you,
If things keep going like this, we could have a black president in about 40 years' time. Do the math. Right on cue, Barack Obama elected 2008. He didn't say there'll be a black female president of Harvard, and there has been. He didn't say there are going to be black CEOs of Fortune 500 companies, and there have been several. He didn't say the percentage of the House would equal the percentage of black people in the population, and it does. He didn't say the three largest cities would have black mayors, and they do. He didn't say the largest and most prestigious organization of doctors, the American Medical Association, would have 2 black presidents, and there have been.
Here's my thing. To those 3 black mayors, what racist system is holding them back? I'll wait. What racist system is holding back the 3 black mayors? 3 black mayors. 3 black mayors. They don't fucking care. They don't fucking care. They let these niggas run off over the streets. They let these niggas do I'm just saying, what system is holding back the mayor of Chicago? What system is holding back, what racist system is holding back the mayor of New York? You tell me. Fill me in. Let me know what racist system got these mayors held back. Ain't none. There ain't nobody upstairs.
He didn't say the most prestigious organization of lawyers, the American Bar Association, would have 2 black presidents, and they have. He said president, meaning at that point, I can feel that I've reached the mountaintop, which is the speech he gave right before he got assassinated the day before. And now we act as if Barack Obama never even got elected. And we're still talking about systemic racism. It's not fair, it's wrong, and you're discouraging black people from working hard. 1990s.
Okay. Mr. Elder.
And now the bullshit begins.
This bitch gun.
I'm telling you, there was some type and some level of discourse and some level of a conversation taking place until this bitch opened her fucking mouth. And it's almost as if somebody cued her in. And angry black bitch, go. Scene. And now it starts.
Quick question. Let's just remove the word racism, since that seems to be a word that triggers, a conversation down the water hole. Let's just focus on the word system.
And watch how this dumb bitch refers to saying the water hole. And this is the type of shit that pisses me off. Bitch, you trying to act like you using the phrase correctly. It's not the fucking water hole, you stupid bitch. It's the rabbit hole. It's a reference to Alice in Wonderland. That's what the reference is. But this stupid bitch who thinks she know what the fuck she talking about and thinks she know what she doing, and she getting him told, and she's sitting there with just this smug look and, well, let's not go down the watering hole. You stupid bitch, it's not the watering hole. It's called the rabbit hole. I hate niggas that think they know some shit and think they saying some shit and they saying it and they sound fucking stupid. And the fact of the matter is this: Charlemagne and fucking Envy all know that that's what the fuck the phrase is, and and they just letting that dumb bitch run off with it. I ain't saying you gotta correct the bitch live on the air, but send the bitch a text. Hey, dumb bitch, it's rabbit hole. Stop saying watering hole. You sound stupid as fuck. And the bitch is gonna keep referencing the shit like she know what the fuck she's talking about. And it's like, you stupid bitch, you are an embarrassment when you get on national fucking social media. I'm sorry, not national. International social media like this, and you saying shit and you don't know what the fuck you're saying. You're just saying some shit just to be saying it. Who the fuck and when the fuck has anybody ever gone down a watering hole? Now, I know motherfuckers have been down by the riverside. Down by the riverside. Down by the riverside. Down by the riverside. I've known that. I ain't never heard of a nigga going down the fucking watering hole. Bitch, if you went down the watering hole, you drown. And this motherfucker ain't thought about the fact of the matter that you don't even think about what the fuck you're saying, and you're just saying it, trying to act like you're actually having an intelligent conversation. It's like going down the watering hole. I don't really want to go down the watering hole. You stupid bitch. You're embarrassing not just yourself, but you're embarrassing other black women. Because there's some motherfucking white person sitting up saying, this why we won't hire a black bitch to get on our show. You know, we don't want to go down the watering hole. You know, that's a whole nother conversation. You stupid bitch. It's so terrible that I have to laugh to keep from crying. Bitch, you make me want to cry. I won't waste my tears on you, bitch. I'm gonna keep fucking calling this shit out. I won't do it. Watering hole.
Okay. You mentioned that the system was the one that discouraged. And again, we have no problem with agreeing that the family, the black family, should certainly has some room for some improvement. But let's just focus on system.
Room for improvement?
System.
Exactly. I like the way Larry said, room for improvement. Bitch, we in crisis. The fuck you talking about? Room for improvement is when you motherfucking just lost 12 pounds. There's room for improvement because you could lose maybe 14. There's room for improvement because you can lose 3 more. That's room for improvement. Bitch, you see these niggas out here in the streets? Talk about room for improvement. These motherfuckers are crazy, man. And then that's the thing too. And let me say this too. And to Calvin, he made the statement. He said, and she's a former military person. Let me say this. Now, I will always respect and I thank every person that has served in the military. I thank you for your service. But don't think just because a motherfucker has served in the military that they're smart. Have you ever heard of the phrase, making some shit army proof? That means it's some dumb motherfuckers in the military. So dumb to where they have to simplify shit and put pictures on shit and how to use it like weapons. Like if you ever see a fucking what the fuck is a fucking rocket launcher? If you ever see that shit, it literally has pictures showing you how to, hey, pull this pin out, extend this part. And it's a person like doing it so you can read it, face it this way. Because motherfuckers have died and motherfuckers have killed other fucking soldiers because they were stupid and didn't fucking read. They stopped putting shit on the shit for fucking like by the words like, hey, 1, do this, 2, do this. Nope. They got 1, do this, insert pic. They have a picture there. So don't give a motherfucker that credence of just saying, oh, they served in the military. They should know something. Nope. It's a lot of dumbass motherfuckers that done serve in the military. So don't give a motherfucker that credence just say, yeah, well, that credit, well, you know, they served in the military, so they should know a thing or two. You know, you gotta listen to them. Nope. It's a bunch of dumb motherfuckers in the military. Just like it's some dumb motherfuckers on the police force. Just like it's some dumb motherfucking teachers. Just like, yes, I said it, teachers. It's some dumb motherfucking doctors. It's some dumb motherfucking nurses. You do realize that these motherfuckers that get these jobs are in fucking positions because they passed a test. Not that they passed it perfect, they just passed. It's some dumb motherfucking computer technicians. It's some dumb motherfucking mechanics. Don't just think because a motherfucker has achieved a certain level or a certain skill set that they are an authority and just the smartest motherfuckers around. Nope. Wrong.
Well, we're not going to go down that water. We're not going to go down that water hole. Let's
Bitch
get to the question.
I didn't rewind it. That stupid bitch said it again.
What did you say, nigga?
We're not going to go down the watering hole again. She said it again. So she really thinks she knows what the fuck she's talking about. And she doesn't. She doesn't. And she going to say it again. Watch.
So the question is, you said that the system encouraged black women to be single mothers, correct?
I said the welfare state, yes.
The welfare, the system. So who's in charge of the system? Who was in charge of the system?
Well, it was Democrats that passed it.
And who were Democrats? Were they black or white at that time?
Well, at the time, majority of black people were Democrats, as the majority of black people are Democrats now.
Not the voters. I'm talking about the system. Remember, the main idea is the word system. Who was in charge of the system at the time? The Democrats at the time, the system. I'm just going to Charlamagne's point about white or black. Was it white Democrats in charge of the system or black Democrats in charge of the system?
Well, if you're prepared to say that Lyndon Johnson did this viciously with an intent to destroy the black family, I disagree.
I don't think he did it viciously to just destroy the black family. I think he did it viciously to destroy poor folks. So that's what I think he did. So I would, that's where I disagree with Larry, because he's saying that he don't think he viciously did it. And I think that he did. I think that it was not just him as a mastermind doing it, but I think the consensus was with just the social engineering of our society at that time. That's what it was. That's what it was. It was like, that's just how the shit went down.
He did it with the best of intentions.
And
if you look at the New York Times, which is left wing, the Washington Post, which is left wing, they cheered all of this.
Right, and what I'm asking was it white people, so I'm going to ask again in case my mic's not coming through clearly.
You see that? And here's my thing. So let's just say he didn't answer your question the way that you wanted him to, and you want to ask it again. That's fine. Ask the question again. Rephrase the question is the intelligent thing to do. But what does a black bitch do? I'm going to do this. Maybe my mic wasn't working. Why be that way? Why do you have to do that part? Maybe my mic wasn't working, so I'm gonna repeat it again. You being a bitch for no reason. And hey, To motherfuckers that say, why you gotta say bitch all the time? Because that's exactly what the fuck she's being. The same way you can see a motherfucking nigga and call him a scary ass nigga. The same way you can see a nigga and call him a punk ass nigga. The same way you can see a nigga and call him a punk ass, ain't shit ass nigga. Yup, this bitch is being a fucking bitch. She's being unreasonably sarcastic because he's giving her no reason to do this. And here's the bad part about it, and why I'm harping on it, is because if he was to be that way towards her, he'd be the worst nigga ever. You can't do what the fuck she's doing to him. You can't do that shit to a black woman. You can't, because you the worst motherfucker ever if you do. You hate yourself. You don't have no respect for your mama. All that shit. You the worst motherfucker if you ever was to be this way with a black bitch on a fucking show like this. You can't do it. And that's the shit that pisses me off, because she knows he can't do it. And that's why she's being a bitch on purpose, because she can get away with it. If it was a motherfucker who Larry Elder could send to where the fuck she broadcasted from to come and sickle her motherfucking ass, I'm quite sure he would have pushed that button 2 minutes ago. Go sickle this bitch. You know what a sickle is? So you ever seen like a motherfucker do this in the wrestling move, and that's like the motherfucking shit across the throat like that? Yeah. The sickle is you hook it a little bit so you can actually yak that motherfucker, take his ass all the way down. My nigga Kevin Nimoy used to always want to sickle a motherfucker. Shout out to you, baby. Rest in peace.
Was it white people in charge of the system or black people in charge of that system that helped break down the black family? It's a simple yes, just a simple question. White or black?
Well, you didn't have to go on welfare unless you voluntarily chose to go on welfare. The inducement was put there by Democrats, by the left.
Correct. Okay. White Democrats,
most black people were Democrats, and they voted for these white people.
And here's the thing. It's smart for him, just like how it was smart for Barack Obama to distance himself from Jeremiah Wright during his campaign when he was running for president because of the shit Jeremiah was saying. And it was smart for him to distance himself then. He's not going to come on here and say, yeah, it was white folks that did this to us. He's not going to say that. And here's what he did. He answered her question, but the bitch was so stupid she didn't catch it. He said, yes, it was white people, but black folks voted for the motherfuckers. So yes, bitch, you knew who was in office then. And if she was smart enough, she would have rephrased the question and said, well, to my understanding, Mr. Elder, during that time, it was a majority, if not, it was a greater majority of the politicians at that time were white. And although blacks voted them in, it would be the white people that wrote that policy. Yes, he can't dodge that then. You painted his ass into a corner. You done walled him in. He has to say yes or he has to say no. And if he says no, he's lying. So he would have to tell the truth and say yes. And he would just move past that. She's trying to get him to say, yes, it was white people. That's damaging to his campaign. You know why it is? Because it ain't enough niggas to vote in a president. And especially after all these fucking illegal aliens that's coming over here, the nigga vote ain't gonna matter shortly after a while, no goddamn way. Right, Ivan and Nikolai Volkov. You know about a UFO? The Russian sickle, baby. Yes, sir, Melly. But that's why he won't say it that way. He answered the question. She's so unintelligent that she didn't get it. And she's not smart enough to rephrase it to get the answer that she wanted. Because what she was asking was true. She just wasn't smart enough and wasn't intelligent enough because she lacks the art of conversation to be able to get that answer out of him. Dumb bitch.
Voters, I said, who's in charge of the system?
Who's in charge?
Who put them in charge?
Was Lyndon Johnson white or black?
Who put them in charge?
Maybe that'll help.
Fine. Lyndon Johnson was white.
Thank you.
Okay.
You see how he answered it? He wasn't running from it. He was basically, she doesn't understand because she's just not a smart person. She doesn't understand that he's like, bitch, I'll answer your question. It's just like in It's just like in fucking whatchamacallit. Fuck. Not Iron. I was about to say Iron Robot. No. It's just like I am. It's just like in whatchamacallit, Will Smith, I Am Robot. It's just like in that movie where he had the little thing that had the doctor on it and he set it down and the motherfucker says, hey, you have to ask the right questions because this device is limited and I can only give you the answers if you ask the question right. It's that exact iRobot. I said I Am Robot. Thank you. It's like that's what he's trying to tell her, but she's so fucking stupid she doesn't understand that. Sometimes you have to have the intellect to be able to see where a conversation is going, to know how you need to rephrase or your question so that you can get to the answers that you're trying, or make the points that you're trying to make. That's all it was, and she didn't understand that. Sometimes there are certain things I can't directly say to you, but if you ask me the question the right way, I can indirectly answer it. And she would have got her, yeah, they was white, which is all she was hunting for. Yeah, it was white folk that did it. And then they could have he did say that he did say the white folk did something wrong. They could have fed off of the shit, but they so fucking stupid that they didn't realize that, and they don't know, they don't have the skill set to do that. Yes, that was a great movie. One of Will Smith's favorite. One of my Will Smith favorite movies. I loved it.
But if your argument is that the reason he did it is because of racism, then I disagree. He did it because of.
That's not my argument. I just asked you a simple question: was he white or black, Charlamagne?
And Mr. Elder, you said.
Do you see that? No, that wasn't my question. I just wanted to ask her, Charlamagne, who the fuck else does that? Does Katie Couric do that? Huh? Did Katie Couric do that? Did she say, yeah, did Barbara Walters do that shit? Hell, does fucking Oprah do that? She may have in the past, because Oprah started out with some real raunchy shit. So, let's keep moving. It's like, why the fuck would she do that? Charlamagne. And then this bitch is, and here's my thing. He's not interviewing her. She's fucking interviewing him. And I'm so glad that I hope to God, I hope and pray to the Breakfast Club gods that y'all don't ever bring that bitch in the studio. Because it would be even worse. Her energy would fuck up the show. Just like the other bitch that was on there, Angela Yee. Terrible. Nothing of value ever to offer, and always just talked about ghetto, hood, stupid shit. And it's like, I'm waiting on black women to stop playing that part. When y'all gonna stop being the rude bitch? When y'all gonna stop being the inconsiderate bitch? When are y'all gonna stop being the disrespectful bitch? When you don't even have to. You got this man on your show, and all you need to do is interview him. Can't you just be professional and conduct the interview? But you always gotta throw that shit there. That black bitch shit. You gotta always throw that shit in. You gotta always do that. Somewhere along the line, you gotta let a motherfucker know that, yeah, this is a black bitch. If a motherfucker was watching this show, if Stevie Wonder was watching this show and Ray Charles was watching this goddamn show, they'd be like, yeah, she's black, and that's a fact. I can tell by the way she moves her. They would just, I could tell by the way her lips, they smack. It's like, god damn. Why not just conduct the interview and be professional? You may not like this motherfucker. Fine. But why not be professional? Nope. Fuck that.
You talked about the smash and grabs, right? And I find that interesting because, when you see the mass shootings that happen, majority of those people are white males. What do you think about that?
Actually, if you look at the percentage of whites in America, which is 60%, percentage of mass shooters is under that. The percentage of people that commit hate crime is under that. The percentage of people who are serial killers is under that. Black people are 13% of the population. We commit a greater percentage compared to that
No,
of
you
mass
specifically
shootings.
talked about the smash and grabs, though.
Now, here's my thing, and I've said this plenty of times. That's bullshit. The majority of mass shootings are not white. They are not. A mass shooting, y'all hear this shit, a mass shooting is considered where 4 or more people get shot. 4 or more people. It's mass shootings happening in Chicago every fucking weekend. Facts, nigga. This thing that the media has done to shape this shit up because they want it to be white so that they can go through that, so it helps. They want to portray that it's white so that it can support this anti-gun agenda. They want to disarm not just niggas, they want to disarm everybody so they can really do what the fuck they want to do, like they do the motherfuckers in Venezuela. That's what they want to get to. But here's the thing. A mass shooting is classified as 4 or more people that get shot. Nigga, it's more niggas committing mass shootings than white folks. White folks may have higher numbers. They may be going for the GOAT. They want to be the GOAT of the shit. And they want to get 17, 21, 26. They want to do that part. But the majority of mass shootings, fact, it is by niggas. Black folks do the majority of mass shootings. It's mass shooting happening right now that we don't even know about. But it'll be on the tally and the total over the weekend on Monday. Go look in Chicago. Niggas at a party, 5 niggas get shot, 4 niggas get shot. That's a mass shooting. That's a mass shooting. So it's like this whole thing where people try to, well, you know, mass shootings are really done by white folks. White folks have done some of the worst ones. I give them that. They motherfucking, they will rack the fuck up. They get the high score. Say that. But when you talking about a mass shooting, us. What Jason say? He said mass killing as 3 or more killings in a single incident. Right. So 3 or more. All right, fine. I'll go with that. That's fine. 3 or more, 4 or more. Niggas is doing it. That's all I'm saying. 4 or more people get shot at an, and I'm not talking about total saying 75 people got shot over the weekend. No. I'm saying it's a party. We over here at Billy's Tavern, and after the motherfucking everybody getting out, it's a motherfucking argument. Niggas get to fighting over some bitches, and 3 niggas get shot, 4 niggas get shot. That is a mass shooting. Just saying. That's just what it is. So I ain't trying to, you ain't gonna get that one by me. I know what it is. I know what it's classified as. That's what it is. What up, Bolo?
So I was saying, since you're using that as an example, I'm saying, well, what about, the mass shooters that are usually white males?
One more time. They are usually white males because 60% of the country is white. However, they underrepresent in terms of the number of mass shootings. About 50% or so of the mass shootings in this country are committed by white people, even though white people are 60% of the population. They underrepresent. We overrepresent when it comes.
That's true. Going by that, going by the media statistics of how they classify that, that is true. Because there are way more white folks than it is black folks. So you would think that the majority of violent crimes, period, would be done by white folks. The majority of murders would be done by white folks. It's not true. It's not the case. That is not the case. That nigga Wolf Bear said it was 3 in Chicago this weekend and it's not Monday yet. We just about to hit Saturday night, which is prime time. Prime time, baby. Saturday night, when the sun goes down, is prime time for the niggas shooting niggas. It's prime time. It's peak hours, if you will. Y'all remember back in the day when you had to call the phone and they have peak hours and it was more during peak hours than it was. If you call a motherfucker at 11 o'clock at night, it's peak hours. This is what it is.
When it comes to hate crime, when it comes to mass shootings, when it comes to serial killings, when it comes to robberies, when it comes to virtually every category of violent crime, we overrepresent.
So what do white people do wrong? I'm gonna keep asking you that because I want.
It seems to me rather than deal with what's going on, the pathology that's going on in the inner city, you want to blame. You want me to talk about how bad white people are, which I don't think is a particularly productive thing to do.
And that's all he's saying. You asked and he answered it. I don't think it's a productive thing to do. And I'm going to tell y'all like this. Anybody that's having this conversation, like I said in the beginning, it is not a productive conversation. And the reason why, just so you can hear it, let me zip my coon suit all the way up. The reason why it's not a productive conversation to have is because you can't control white people. You don't get to dictate what white people do. Sorry. So why would you talk about something that you cannot control? You know, here in Texas, we've had one of the hottest summers in quite some time, since I've been here, coming up on 5 years. It's one of the hottest summers, the hottest summer we've had. The most consecutive days of being over 100 degrees. Now, would it be a conversation for me to have about how the 100 degree plus weather in Texas has ruined my summer? Well, you know, because of Texas having these 100 plus degree days, this many in a row consecutively and just all around throughout the summer, I've had a terrible summer. My summer ain't good because of this 100 degree weather. I can't fucking change that. Why would I even make it a point of contention? People been saying, and when we talk to people, I talk to people back at the crib and shit. They're like, "What's the weather there, man?" I'm like, "Nigga, we got that radio station heat. It'd be like 107.5, 105.3. V103 is 102.7, 103.8. It's like it's radio station heat. Yesterday we had that R&B heat. Motherfucker asked me, "What's the temperature there?" I said it's 112, peaches and cream. Because you know that's what the fuck it was. Y'all don't hear me complaining about that shit. Do you hear me getting on live? Do you hear me on my motherfucking social media talking about, man, this too motherfucking hot here, nigga? The fuck? It's been 110, nigga. It's like, motherfucker, what's the weather like? Nigga, it's motherfucking peaches and cream outside. You want to know how hot it is? When I stop telling you the temperature and just tell you references to shit, then you know it's too goddamn hot. What's the weather outside? Peaches and cream, nigga. That's what the fuck it is. Shit. I mean, what the fuck? Man, what's the temperature there, man? WGCI, motherfucker. That's what the weather is. Damn, man, what's the weather there, man? V103, motherfucker. Shit. Hey, man, what's going on, B? Shit, just chilling, man. Man, how hot is it there? Nigga, it's the 108 bus, nigga. Niggas in Chicago know what I'm talking about. It's the 111th Street bus. That's what the fuck the weather is outside. And it's like, it's fine. I get it. And when people be like, man, that's just too hot. I say, no, nigga, I like the heat. First off, I do. And the fact of the matter is, it's okay because I chose this because I like it to be hot than cold. Because these niggas in Chicago, y'all got about 30 more days for the shit change and to get all fucked up there. And it's going to still be nice here. I'll take these 2 or 3 months of it being insanely hot. I just stay my black ass in the house until the sun goes down. Then when I go outside after the sun goes down, it's night. Right, it's 106 in Park outside, nigga. That's what I tell a motherfucker. But once the sun goes down, it's fine. 85, 90 degrees at night with a breeze, nigga, I'm partying. When I go to the cigar spot with my man Easy tonight, we gonna be outside smoking our cigars because it's not gonna be 104. It's gonna be a good 87. And I'm gonna be out there with my stogie kicking it. That's just what it is. What's the weather outside, Brian? Man, it's home of the hoagie, nigga. 111th. It's Harold's on 127th. It's okay. It's a different kind of heat, but I'm not going to say that the heat has ruined my summer, and the reason my summer was the way that it was because of the heat. And that's what these niggas are trying to say. That's why let me bring it on back. These niggas are trying to say that the reason niggas are where they are today, fuck all the shit that happened 30 years ago, 60 years ago, fuck all that. The reason why niggas are like they are today and have been this way, let's just say for the past 25, 30 years. Let's just go back 30 years. Fuck it. The reason why niggas have been like they've been since the fucking 90s is because of white racism. It's just racist. This is racist system that we in. Right, Vegas is different. I just went to Vegas last month for the first time. Nigga, that heat out there, let me tell you, it felt like, you know how when you cooking in the kitchen and you got the oven on and you cooking something that determines like where the oven got to be on like 400 or 400 or something like that. And when you open up the oven, you know how that heat just come and hit you? It's like that. It's like ain't no breeze helping you, ain't no cooling wind, no cooling waters or none of that shit. It's just oven heat. It's like a moment, like when I stepped outside, when me and my wife, we walked outside of the Bellagio. And I was like, whoo. And this is during the daytime. We walked outside of Bellagio, but I was like, oh, this is that oven heat out here. It was 115. And I'm like, yeah, that shit different. That shit, that desert heat, is a different kind of heat. To all my niggas that went over and served in Iraq and went and served over in Desert Storm, I thank you. Because I would have been like, fuck this, court-martial me, I'm going home. Dishonorable discharge me. Nigga, when it's so hot, you got to put on layers. Because it's so hot, I don't want that kind of heat. That's what my threshold is. I'm done at that point. And that's what the fuck Vegas was getting me there. I don't ever want to be hotter than Vegas. And them niggas overseas, over in that desert, them motherfuckers said that shit was hitting like 130. I'm like, what? 130? Right, see, look. HR said 125. Boy, I can't do it. I don't want to get to one. I don't want to get past 150. I don't want to get past 115, 125, 130. Fuck that. Fuck that. This 108 and 112 be fucking with me. 115 is probably my threshold. I'm done after that. I'm done. My give up. That's just what it is. But let me get back to this.
I think there's a cause and effect, but you know, if we can't talk about the cause, which I believe is systemic racism and white supremacy, the FBI says.
Well, I just told you, if it's systemic racism, please explain to me how it was when America really had systemic racism in 1940. 87% of blacks lived under the poverty line. Again, this is during Jim Crow era. My father is from Athens, Georgia, grew up in Jim Crow. My mom is from Huntsville, Alabama, grew up in Jim Crow.
And look, let's just draw the line in the sand. And let's just say that systemic racism was when they actually had laws. Like no blacks allowed. Nigga, you drink from the nigger fountain. Nigga, don't bring your ass into this restaurant. Don't come on this side of town, because if you do, we gonna fuck you up just because you're black. We gonna lock you up because you're black. That, I'm not trying to say that never happened. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is that was a time, and yes, it was. But that time has been over. Now, are there still places where they don't like niggas? Yes. And I've actually begun to get fond of those places because I don't like niggas. But that's not the point. There are places where, yes, you may not be welcomed. Here's the thing. There are places where white folks may not be welcome. Just saying. It is what it is. But here's the thing. If that is the case, and that's where you want to draw the line and say that was white systemic racism, yes, fine. I get it. However, those laws are not in place today, and you tell me one place where a nigga can't go. Not where he may not be welcome, where he can't go. Tell me something that a nigga can't do today. Because he's black. He's black. Just tell me that.
Okay, you dumb son of a bitch.
You dumb son of a bitch.
Just tell me a place in America where a black person cannot go because of this. And here's the thing, Calvin. He asked a great question. Do we as black people still believe racism exists? Aren't we in control of the future and what we become? Here's the thing. The majority of people They don't believe this shit. It's the race hustlers, the niggas that you see on the media, the niggas that you see on these news press releases and all this shit. Every time a nigga gets shot by the police or some shit like that, it's the race hustlers that are keeping this shit going because that's their hustle. That's their game. I have to perpetuate the it's racist vibe because if I don't have a they racist narrative, the shit I'm trying to do, like get this money, I can't. They have to perpetuate it. The majority of you look at these young folks today. These young folks ain't running around talking about racist. They seeing the shit on social media and watching that shit saying, yeah, that is racist. I've never seen this many young people that are of different cultures, different races, different religions being this cool and this together than I have today. I've never seen it. And in all actuality, this whole racist thing, that shit is gonna be dead altogether, I would imagine, by the time I'm in my 60s. Because we the last breed of motherfuckers that's still talking this shit. It's the Ben Crumps, the Sharptons, and yeah, thank you, the Quanell X, them niggas around my age. By the time we get old and we start motherfucking falling off, that shit'll be dead. Like, ain't nobody trying to hear what Jesse Jackson talking about as far as like, yeah, well, there's racism over there, we gotta get. Man, please, Jesse Jackson cried saying that racism song all the way to the motherfucking bank. And niggas sat there and applauded him as he did it. That's just what this shit is. It's the race hustlers that are perpetuating this shit. Because when you look at society, when you look in these groups, when you look, how much racial shit is going on amongst the young people? I'm talking about these young Thundercats. Shit ain't going on like that.
7% of blacks live below the poverty line. This is before Brown versus Board of Education.
You did
not find these kind of black on black crime.
Probably because we had no
But
choice
they still
but
were
to do it
living
ourselves.
below the poverty line, though, sir.
I'm sorry?
You're forgetting the fact that they were still living below the poverty line. You're picking and choosing, saying this was good, but this was bad.
Okay.
The bottom line, they end between the poverty line. But let's move forward
Well,
on system.
can I just address that? In 1940, 87% of blacks lived under the poverty line. 1960, that number had fallen to 47%. That's a 40-point drop in 20 years. That's the greatest 20-year period of economic expansion for black people in the history of America. Again, well before Brown versus Board of Education, well before the KKK imploded, well before we had race-based preferences. Why? Because it was rare for a black kid to be raised in a family without a father in the home. A strong belief in Judeo-Christian values, a belief in patriotism, even as America wasn't applying these values to black people, obviously, and a belief in entrepreneurship.
And here's the thing. He's right. What fucked up black folks wasn't racism. What fucked up black folks was integration. I don't know why motherfuckers constantly look this shit over. But when you go back, what fucked up black folks, what black folks went wrong is integration. And that whole idea of us being able to do what white folk do, go where white folk go, all of that shit, you can talk about it all day long. Where we went wrong is integration. Because when we had to go to our own shit, we was thriving. When your doctor was black, your dentist was black, your hairdresser was black, when everything you went to was black, and it was not just black, but in your own neighborhood, that's where you were able to thrive. Hell, even your crime, we all ran numbers, black folk. Shout out to Bumpy Johnson. That's all I'm saying. That's where we went wrong, is when motherfuckers wanted to integrate. And we should have left that whole thing alone and just been like, look, nigga, we don't want to go to your schools. We just want the same funds that's allocated to y'all. Integrate that shit to us. Give that shit to us. That's all we want. Fuck all that. I don't need to bus no 4 black kids to y'all white school. Have it. Just give me the money that y'all got for them books. Give me that money over here. Just saying. That's where shit went wrong. So when y'all want to trade, I mean, and here's the thing. You talking to a motherfucker when I was a young nigga, boy, I was so pro-black, I had on the little medallion with the Africa thing. When I be like, yeah, the green is for the land, the motherland, the red is for the blood that was shed, and the gold is for what the white folks stole. I was that nigga. Buying my final call from my guys every motherfucking week. Where my final call at, brother? Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Matter of fact, let me get a bean pie. Bring me a bean pie tomorrow, man. I got you. I was one of them. Talking about we all need to be like Nat Turner, goddamn it, start killing these motherfuckers. Then after we kill off these white folks, we need to go be like W.B.E. Du Bois and go and get on back over to the motherland. Fuck that. Go back with our people. Old Dabo, Jack. I was that motherfucker. So it wasn't like I was totally ignorant to this shit. I was a black history major when I was in junior college. Yeah, nigga, I was in junior college. Black history major, baby. That's what I wanted to go teach. Till I realized the teachers don't make no money. I changed up my shit. But that's all that shit was. So it's like, I know what it came from, but where we went wrong, fuck all that. Martin Luther King was wrong. He was doing too much. He was doing too much. Nigga said I go to Malcolm X College. Did I go to? No, I didn't go to Malcolm X. My brother did, but my brother went to Malcolm X College. I went to Oliver Harvey, and I went to Harold Washington College. But that's my thing. That's where we went wrong. And Martin and all of his trials and what he tried to do, I get it. But he went too goddamn far. He was having too much fun, Charlie Murphy, and he fucked us around. He had all these niggas rally behind this shit. He should have just stuck to the legal shit and not tried to get us to go where these white folks is at. Should have just said, hey man, keep your white-only restaurants, because we need our black-only restaurants to help drive our own motherfucking commerce and economy. So we can have our black dollars cycling through our own community. That's what we need. That's just what it is. So it's like, I understood that as I got older and as I got enlightened by just seeing what's going on in the world. Excuse me. Watching how things have transpired, listening to other motherfucking people like Tommy Sotomayor, like the motherfuckers that you see on social, on YouTube and shit like that, gathering information. I was able to see a different perspective, and I got smarter. Yes, I increased my knowledge base. Yes. And to go back and see and understand, yeah, y'all kind of fucked up a little bit when y'all did this. We should have stayed on this path as opposed to being on this all encompassing. We want everybody in the. Nope. We've been fucked around and we've been fucked up. We need to stay to ourselves and we need to build our own shit. And had we stayed on that path, yes, we would be a lot better off.
All those things are now under assault by organizations like Black Lives Matter. Charlemagne, Black Lives Matter had on their website an attack on the nuclear family. The founders are self-described Marxists, trained Marxists. Marx wanted to dethrone God, was an atheist, and Marx did not believe in capitalism, let alone entrepreneurship. All the things that made black people still survive in virulent racism are now under attack by organizations like Black Lives Matter.
All of those things have always been under attack by white supremacy. You can go back to things like...
And that's the thing. So it's like, here's my point with that. You say that all of those things have been under attack by white supremacy. What is that? What is that? What does that look like? It's like we have this thing, and this is why I'm so disappointed in what they do and how they talk. What the fuck is that? Why not point it out and say it's white supremacy because of this? It's white supremacy because this group is doing this and they're in control of that, and that is what is hurting black folks specifically. It's hurting this race of people because of what they're doing, because that's what you're implying when you say it's racism. That's what you're implying when you say it's systemic racism. You're implying that there is a system in place, as opposed to just talking about they, as opposed to talking about they in control of this system, calling out the specific thing that is taking place that is actually hindering or oppressing this group. And when you can do that, you would be on to making a point. But y'all don't. Y'all just keep saying shit like he just said.
Whether it's the Tulsa race massacres,
and that's the thing. Every time niggas say it, they gotta go back to fucking Tulsa, and we gotta go back to fucking redlining. That's it. We can't go to shit in the past 30 years. Past 40 years. Take me to the fucking 80s. Can't. Take me down the watering hole to where this shit happened again. That stupid bitch.
Every time black people do create these systems that are our systems and we are the entrepreneurs, it seems like white supremacy finds a way to destroy it.
Every time, look, the Tulsa massacre, within about 5 years, that whole area was rebuilt. It was not even called the Black Wall Street until after it was rebuilt. And it was rebuilt, by the way, by black people without one dime of government money.
Yeah.
Fucked him up. He just fucked him up. He brought up Tulsa. He just made that point. I haven't researched it, so I don't know if that's true or not. But if it is, he just fucked your ass up. And what would you say to that? Would you not acknowledge it and be like, wow, I didn't know that? Because obviously he didn't know that. Because if you didn't know that, if you did know that, you wouldn't say, well, see what happened with Tulsa? If they rebuilt that motherfucker back in 5 years, well, goddamn.
Who destroyed it to begin with?
It was racists who destroyed it.
He admitted it right then and there. He admitted it.
Bing bang.
He said it. So he asked earlier, do white people ever do anything wrong? He just said it. But that shit was back in the fucking 60s.
No question about it. We've had race riots, but so have Japanese.
So you do agree that there's racism?
He said it. He said it.
I'm just so confused.
You know, I never even came close to saying. I never came close to saying there was no racism.
And he didn't say that. He said what he said earlier was, I don't think that is the point we need to be making. That is not the shit we need to be concerned about now, because that shit was back in the 60s. Hello. That shit was 60 years ago. Why are we still talking about that, man? Why?
You don't think it's systemic racism?
Not anymore. Obviously, there was. We had something called slavery. We had something called Jim Crow.
That destroyed black. Hold on, sir. That was system that destroyed. That was the system that destroyed Black Wall Street. It's the same system right now that's not even wanting to pay those same living descendants. Because I know your position on reparations, but those same living descendants of Black Wall Street.
Okay.
And then you move, and then you go on to say that the system, the quote unquote system, is also trying to destroy President Trump. So I'm just so confused on, do you believe that the system can destroy or not? You pick and choose, sir, and that's what's so confusing to me. You just said it wasn't racism. Now it is racism. When it was time to build it back,
I said it
there
wasn't,
was no racism.
He didn't, but he's gonna clear it up right here.
Said it wasn't systemic racism. Let's talk about.
So what are you just hung up on the word system?
Can I just make this point, Charlamagne, please? Let's take Chinese Americans. Chinese Americans were the first ethnic group to be excluded with an Immigration Act in the late 1800s. They had riots against Chinese in L.A., in San Francisco. There were laws that prevented Chinese Americans from participating in the laundry business. I'm in California. California, of course, rounded up Japanese Americans during World War II. There were laws that prevented Japanese Americans from owning farmland. The average Japanese American household has a higher per capita income than the average white household.
Bing bang.
True. And here's my thing. If she had the position of saying she's confused, which is what she said. I'm confused because you said this and you said that, and he said he didn't say that. Shout out to my man Ashawn, hit me with $5. Appreciate it, bro. Thank you for the donation, man. And my man Omerta. Omerta, come again. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it, man. Y'all keep hitting that cash out for your boy. Thank you so much. But the thing is, if I say, hey, well, you said this, person A, and person A says, no, I didn't, I said this, I say, well, can you explain it to me again so that I can make sure I understood what you said, because I may have misheard it. Say it to me again, because I heard this, and if that's incorrect, then explain it to me. That's what I would do if I'm actually trying to build and have a conversation to where we can actually progress and make our points. That's what I would do. I wouldn't sit there and just be, now you said this, you said, no, I didn't say that. No, you said this, you said, I didn't say that. I said, well, nigga, what you say? That's what I would have said. Nigga, what did you say then? Because I heard this. Tell me what the fuck you talking about, Larry. That's all I'm saying. Fuck that Mr. Elder shit. Larry, what the fuck did you say, man? Because this is what I heard you say, Frank. Frank, this is what you said. That's what you said, Frank. Niggas don't know what movie that's from. That's what you said, Frank. That's what you said.
The average Chinese American household has a higher per capita income than the average white household. How does that happen? It happens because of a strong belief in family. It is rare for a Chinese American or a Japanese American kid to have a child outside of wedlock, and a strong belief in education and a strong belief in entrepreneurship.
B-Hop 1980. He got it. Way to go, boy. Yes, sir. Morgan Freeman and Lean on Me. Good boy. Let me tell y'all niggas cold. That's what's up. He getting it. Y'all getting it with that. That's what's up, B-Hop. You killing it with that, boy. Gold star for you. He hit him with the Lean on Me, Morgan Freeman.
Entrepreneurship. These are the kinds of qualities that make people successful.
You can't blame everything on having a fatherless family, right? Because
I didn't say blaming everything.
I know, but that's what you're saying. You're saying a strong community. But
no, you said that's what I just said. I didn't say that.
You talk about the Asian community.
And that's exactly, here you go again. It's like y'all are intentionally trying to misconstrue what he's saying instead of just taking the words he's saying and disagreeing with that. They're intentionally making up and adding more shit to it to say, yeah, you said this and you said that, you said this. And DJ Envy, you light-skinned privileged DJ and motherfucker, don't act like your ass struggled and came from the fucking hood, because you didn't, nigga. I hate niggas that try to act like now he down for the cause and all this shit. Nigga, go the fuck on. I'm so sick of these niggas that just think that it's like, dude, you know what it is. You don't live your life like that, but you're making excuses for those that do. This nigga works hard. This nigga does his job. This nigga been scratching and grinding, getting this money, and he's built his own empire for him and his family. Dude, don't try to make it seem like other motherfuckers can't do that by trying to buy into this motherfucking racist shit. Dude, we are past that. That game is over. It's like, come the fuck on. You sitting up here talking about all this shit. You be the first one with a nigga like Jeezy get on the motherfucking show. They want to go back and forth with all of the real estate deals they got. All this money that they got. They want to go back and forth about, yeah, I just closed on a building. You know, I got me a 15 unit. You know what I'm saying? I just did that. And my daughter, she just bought her first building. It's like, oh, so you don't see the clear indicator of your kids being financially stable and having financial freedom. You yourself having financial freedom. Motherfucker, you can't directly tie that and correlate that with having a fucking daddy and how important that was. Nigga, I can't tell you how important the fact that my daddy was around, motherfucker, how much of an impact that shit had on me as a kid and has on me to this day. Even with the shit he did wrong, it showed me what not to do so that I got it right with mine. So even if I do make mistakes as a father, my son will be able to see the difference in that. My daughter will be able to see the difference and say, yeah, daddy could have been a little more of this, so let me be a little more of that when I have mine. It's like, what the fuck? The shit that I've learned from my father has fucking impacted my life beyond measure. Period. The other men in my life have impacted who I am and my life beyond measure. I can't measure it. If you go back through my life and remove the male influences that I had, I would not be where the fuck I am today. I would probably be either dead or in jail or fucking living a fucking less than productive life. I'm just telling you what the fuck I know. So him trying to mitigate that and trying to motherfucking knock that shit down because he want to support them strong black women because he can't come out against no women because he got caught cheating and had to go on an apology tour like a bitch. Nigga, so be it. That's your life. Don't try to diminish the shit so that other niggas can't see the power of what a father is and having a father in the home and trying to make that shit to where it ain't really no big deal, but it do matter, but it ain't really no big deal. Nigga, please. Fix your fucking hat on your head and stand up and talk like a fucking man and acknowledge what the fuck he's saying is being true and it's correct. Shit makes no sense. These old soft-ass, simp-ass niggas steadily motherfucking making away and making excuses for the fucked up shit that niggas do, making excuses for the fucked up shit that black women do in our own fucking communities, and they just sit back in their $1 million houses, driving they fucking Bentleys, driving they fucking Lamborghinis, closing on they fucking house deals. They the furthest away from this shit, but they're steadily making the most excuses for these motherfuckers. How does that work? Go take your ass in the hood and then go take care of all these single black mothers then, nigga. If it's just a matter of circumstance and racism, you got the bread. Don't hold no class. Don't try to teach niggas nothing. Go take care of them. Go take care of them. Since it's just a matter of circumstance, they just made, some bad choices. That's just all that is. You still gotta acknowledge the fact that it's the racism that's keeping them down. No, nigga, go ahead, sell your mansion, sell your motherfucking $300,000, $400,000 cars, sell all that shit, go back to the hood and re-gentrify that neighborhood and put a bunch of niggas in your buildings. Bet you the nigga won't do that. Turn in and sell your entire portfolio, nigga, and go ahead and buy a bunch of motherfucking units and make it low-income housing. All of it. Not just the ones you like. All of it. Go back to the hood, nigga, and buy the block. That's what you go do. And let them mamas live at bare minimum, rent-free, nigga, if you can, and see what that do for you. See what it do for them. See what it do for them. Keep giving motherfucking shit and not making them earn shit because they was just mistreated because of racism. It's the system that did this to them. Do all of that and then, nigga, see how it works out. Tell me, show me the success story, nigga. You be the vision of good and show us. Turn in all your ritzy-ditzy shit that you got. Keep doing your show and take your shit and go there and re-gentrify and give it all to a bunch of motherfucking low-income niggas. Low-income housing niggas, let them all have it in that neighborhood and do your thing. Right. Ain't no motherfucking return on investment in the trap house, nigga. Burnt down complex. Tell me what you gonna do when niggas ain't cutting the grass. That's the shit I be talking about. You trying to make it, and I'm so sick of these motherfucking niggas that do this shit, and these race hustlers, they are the main ones on it. They talk all this black shit, black power shit, white folks did this shit. Meanwhile, where they living and how they living is total contradiction. Why wouldn't you be amongst your people? You can show them the way. Obviously, you've made it out, so you got the motherfucking keys, nigga. The Matrix is yours. You in charge of them. You Neo in the Matrix, nigga. You can see all of the fucking numbers, all the binary code. You can see it because you figured it out. Why not go back and show them the way? You know why? Because you like your Lamborghini. You know why? Because you like your Bentley. You know why? You like your fucking Corvettes. You like your fucking $1 million houses. You like your expensive and expansive motherfucking real estate portfolio, and you know that you got it by busting your ass. And you know for damn sure if you went and fucked around with these niggas, you wouldn't have it.
The Asian community, it's easy for them to get loans for entrepreneurships. It's easy for them to get loans for houses. You look at our community. Okay. If you really want to talk about our community, right? You look at the schools in our community. Some of our schools are the worst, right? Would you agree with that? Yes or no?
Absolutely. Which is
why
one of the reasons I'm running for president is for school choice.
Also, would you say that is in our community is
systemic?
It's also in our.
That's also systemic. Oh, here's the thing. Yes, our schools are underfunded. Yes, our schools don't have the resources that they should have. I've said this plenty of times. The amount of money that teachers get paid and the lack of fucking tools and resources that these teachers have, they're being set up to fail. However, that shit is determined, the money that they get is determined by your property taxes. It's determined by the Board of Education and how your ISD. Is there somebody fucking blowing a horn outside? It's determined by your fucking own local government and how they allocate and spend funds. That's exactly what it is. Hold on, this shit has been going on for a minute. I'm like, what the fuck? A horn outside. But that's what it is. So yes, schools are underfunded. And like I said about Chicago, I know this for a fact because I was in the Chicago Board of Education. I was in that system working. The schools, all of the money for the schools in the Chicago Board of Education, it's all up top. All of these different motherfucking regional district, all of these motherfucking high level executive motherfuckers, they're the ones spending all the fucking money. The Board of fucking Education is so fucking bloated with bureaucracy up at the top. That's why not why, the only reason, but one of the main reasons why they don't have no money. It's one of the main reasons. You got a bunch of motherfuckers who are not in the... How much staff, administrative staff, do you need in the Board of Education? All you need is motherfuckers to say, hey, you over this amount of schools, you over this amount of schools to make sure they have what they need. I don't need a bunch of other shit and a bunch of other bullshit going on to see, oh, well, I gotta have this person here. There's a real estate person here that does this. There's a person over here who does the acquisitions for this. They got it's a bunch of bloated government down at the Board of Education, and all these motherfuckers are making more than the teachers, period. Period, point blank. They got their PhD, they got their masters and all that. They got all this education shit, and ain't none of these motherfuckers been in the classroom in fucking decades, and all they doing is getting motherfucking money. Sitting up in their office, going to lunch downtown, walking around, spending that motherfucking money, and they are not putting the money in these schools. Walking around, we're doing school visits today. We're gonna go and sit in the classrooms and go teach, motherfucker. How about that? Make sure the books that a motherfucker need are there. They won't do that. And it's because of how they got the shit split up, the way that the shit works. It's been like that since forever, and the shit don't work. So I get it. For the school portion, however, the people who are in charge of that are the parents. Y'all need to be the motherfuckers going to your school board, local school board meetings. Y'all need to be the ones going to these motherfucking meetings about how the funds are allocated for your fucking schools and your kids. But you ain't. You're trusting some motherfucking preacher or some half-ass politician that's telling you we gonna get it together and we gonna work on it, and they bullshitting you and they're fucking up the money. That's just what it is.
Communities, heavy food deserts. There's nothing but fast food places that are just killing and destroying that. Would you say that's true?
Systemic too.
Boy.
Would you say that's true? I'm just asking a question.
You said a number of things. I just addressed one of them about loans. Mm-hmm. In 1965, Barack Obama, who was in private practice, joined a bunch of other lawyers to file a class action lawsuit against Citicorp, which is headquartered here in New York. 186 black people were applying for loans for mortgages. They didn't get them. And they accused Citicorp of engaging in racism. Mm-hmm. Citicorp said, no, it's not racism. You have poor credit scores, and we want to make sure we get our money back. Obama joined a bunch of other lawyers, and they sued Citicorp in a class action lawsuit. And Citicorp said, okay, to hell with it. Gave them all loans. And they followed them all up. Daily Caller did a few years later. Almost all of them lost their homes. Several of them filed for bankruptcy. One of them even said, when you don't qualify for a loan, maybe we shouldn't get a loan. Well, duh. It wasn't true that black people were not getting loans. Plus, there are all sorts of black-owned community banks around the country, and it turns out the turn-down rate when you apply for a loan at a community bank was even higher because they had less capital and they couldn't afford to loan money to risky people. It is just not the case that the reason for the plight of the black community is because people were not lending money to them. It's just not true.
That's not true. But hold on 1 second, Charlamagne. But see,
what's not true?
You're bringing back facts from 1965, right? Let's talk 2023, right?
I said 1995.
1995. We'll talk 2023, right? My son will be successful in real estate and successful in buying a house. You know why? Because his
Because of-
father
because of
owns
you-
his house.
because
his
of
father
you?
owns a house, right? But my father
Because of you and the
his
drive-
sister
because of you and the
his
drive you
family
put into
did
him.
not own houses. I'll let
Because
you
of-
speak. Let me
because of
speak.
you and
can't
the
talk
drive
over
you
me.
put
If
into
we're
him.
not going to have a conversation,
You're
not a
not even
conversation.
appreciating
I
what
just
you've
let
done
you
to your
speak, and I'm
son.
just asking
Okay.
you a question. I just let you speak and I'll
All
let
right.
you talk.
Okay.
Y'all can talk.
We
Okay.
have a conversation.
All right.
But when we talk about it, right, it's harder for our community to get loans, right? And not just because of poor credit scores, it's because of where the areas are. You talked about the Asian community. A lot of the Asian community have their own banks and they're able to process and get their own banks. There's not too many African American branches that are able to give out money. So that's one. Then let's talk about getting grants for schools. They're not even giving grants for schools at the rate that they're giving grants for white people. And let's talk about when they talk about entrepreneurship. They are giving so much money to these white and Asian kids and Asian people doing it, and a 1,000 times less than our community. Will you agree to any of that?
No, I don't. I don't agree with virtually any of what you just now said. The turn down rate for a white applicant for a mortgage is higher than the turn down rate for a Japanese or Chinese applicant for a mortgage. Now, are you telling me that banks are discriminating against white and in favor of Asian Americans? It's because their credit scores are better. They often live below their means. They save more, even when they're making the same amount of money than black people do. If you have poor credit score, you're not going to get a loan. Period. End of statement. Even the head of Urban League, a black man once said that. If you have poor credit score, you're not going to get a loan. End of statement.
Sir,
Yes.
let's just, okay.
Before this dumb bitch gets to talking, let me just say this. When it comes to financial literacy, we, when I mean black folks, have been some of the worst at it. Myself included. Financial literacy has been one of the main, just you talking about black on black crime and all that kind of shit. Yes. Financial literacy, just knowing how to save, knowing how to pay your bills, knowing how to establish your credit. That's just something I'm just telling you. And y'all can vouch for this. That's just something that niggas just don't or didn't know. I didn't start even getting an idea of it and learning it until I was in my mid 40s. Before I even started to get a concept of just financial literacy. So it's like when you're talking about saying, hey, we don't get loans, true. Hey, we can't get this loan to buy a house, which is one of the cornerstones of financial freedom and wealth. Yes, you're correct. And a lot of it is, the greater majority of it is, and you may be able to go and find an instance where an appraiser appraised the black house lower than he appraised the white house. Yes, you can find that. The main problem is, though, black folks are not financially literate. They're not financially literate. I filed for fucking bankruptcy, Chapter 7, at the age of 23, financially illiterate. My credit was so terrible that I had to go to a credit repair agency in my late 30s. I'm telling you, that is a black culture thing because we don't know how to establish ourselves. We don't teach our children how to establish ourselves. And you know why? Because we too busy fucking up our own kids' credit. I'm just telling you the truth. Most black folks, most niggas, you will not only fuck up your credit, but you will have fucked up your child's credit before they've even become a teenager. Before you even become a teenager. Before you become a teenager, your credit is fucked up. And you ain't had no part in it. You ain't opened nan credit card. You ain't got nan bill in your name. Your parents did it. Your mama did it. Your auntie stole your credit card, your social security number, and got a credit card in your name when you was motherfucking 5. So when you should be, as a kid, when your parents should be putting you on their credit cards so that they can establish you with good credit, they're too busy fucking up your credit because they fucked up their credit already. That's just the truth. They've already fucked up theirs, and so in order for them to make it, they gonna fuck up yours. Because they mama probably fucked up theirs. That's just what it is. When you think about just that aspect alone, how would a 17-year-old, 18-year-old not know how to establish themselves when their mama didn't, when their grandmama didn't, when their daddy didn't? So it's like all of the shit that they've gone through and all the shit that they've done, it's like it's for nothing. They set up to fail already. So by the time they become an adult and they go into college, now they about to take on another $100,000 in debt to become a teacher. So check this. I go to school, become a teacher, get $100,000 in motherfucking student loan debt, and then I get out and I'm at a job where I'm a teacher and I'm making $48,000 a year. I say that ain't enough money. I can't live off of this and I can't pay my student loans back. So let me go and get my master's so I can make more money, maybe become a principal. And then now I'm going to go and get another $25,000 in student loan debt. So now my student loan debt went from $100,000 to $125,000. I come out and now I'm making maybe $80,000, maybe $100,000 as a principal. Financial literacy. We don't know. And when you look at it like this, that's what niggas love to do. We love to get the jobs that don't make no money. That's just how we've been taught. Go be a teacher. Go be a social science major. Go do some shit that don't make a lot of money. And we'll go spend a lot of money to get the degree. Say, I got my degree to go do that. The whole thing of if you go get your degree, you'll make money no matter what, and you'll make a lot of money no matter what. Them days been over since the fucking 80s, motherfucker. We don't do that shit no more. Right. Go to school to be a PE teacher. Nigga, you ain't making no money. But when you look at foreigners, what are the Middle Eastern people coming over here doing? If they ain't opening up quickie marts and motherfucking gas stations and shit, what are they doing? They're becoming doctors. Why? Because it's science. It's medicine. I can go and learn this shit that's in this book and I can execute it. I ain't got to know nobody. I ain't got to be cool with nobody. I ain't got to have no white person got to hook me up. Nope, I can go learn this skill, learn this technique, and then I can go and I can get out and I can be making motherfucker. After I do my residency, I'm pulling down 125, 130. If I'm a specialist, I'm going to be pulling down even more. So now I can set not only myself up for financial freedom, but my children. Engineers is another one. Thank you, They Live. They go to school and they become engineers. That's just what it is. Motherfucker, I can't go in no classroom and teach your kids, but I can show enough design a fucking bridge for your ass to drive your cars over. Just what it is. So financial freedom is a problem for niggas. So it's like the point Envy's trying to make, it's literally a moot point, because even if you were to point that out, we still, like Larry said, we still didn't do right when they gave it to us. They said, fuck it. All right, y'all said we was racist. Fine. We gonna give y'all niggas some loans. What happened? Niggas went bankrupt. Niggas lost their houses anyway. And the motherfucker even came back and said, well, maybe y'all shouldn't have gave me a loan. Exactly. Just like the housing market collapsed in fucking 2008. That was banks trying to get this money and giving loans to a bunch of people that were not able to handle them. And it eventually what? Collapsed. Wasn't just the fact that they black and they was racist. Nope. You give motherfuckers loans that shouldn't get loans, more than likely, the greater majority of them will default on them. Period.
when you were talking about crime, you weren't prepared to talk about disproportion. You talked about how it was more black people that was doing it, and then you talked about how we're the smaller, of the population. The same applies also to the loans. It's more white people than it is black people. You seem to pick and choose.
I'm talking about the rate. I'm talking about the rate.
Whatever it is. The bottom line is it's more white people.
The bitch then says, whatever it is. He said, I'm talking about the rate. So the point you're trying to make, if it's not addressing the rate, then y'all not talking about the same shit.
People than it is black people. And so if more black people are not getting loans disproportionately, it seems you only want to apply the disproportion to the conversation when it benefits your talking point.
He didn't say that. And I can tell you, I heard him. What he was saying was that the motherfuckers weren't financially stable. Their credit scores weren't good enough to get the loans. What are you talking about? Why are you trying to make a point about something I didn't say? He said it's basically saying, look, these motherfuckers they weren't financially stable enough via their credit score, debt to ratio income. That's what he's talking about. If that shit is fucked up, you ain't getting no loan. This is what it is. Now, if you want to say that it's racist, go and find and pull data to show where there are people that are white and there are people that are black who had the same thing. They didn't have good credit scores and their debt to ratio income was not good, and show where one got a loan over the other. Then you can cry racism. Till then, you ain't talking about shit. You're literally just... Let me stop.
I'm not sure you understood.
Which is why they said...
I'm not sure you understood. I'm not sure you understood my point. That's why I mentioned in 1995 when 186 black people who were not getting loans filed a class action lawsuit claiming that they were denied the loan because of racism. Citicorp said, okay, here are your loans. The reason I wasn't giving you the loans is because we're afraid you weren't going to be able to pay them back.
I'm not talking about
Fast forward,
this,
they weren't able to pay them back, which proved...
What are you talking about then? You sat there and said, you disproportionately not saying this and you're disproportionately not doing that. He just explained it to you again. And you still came back with, I'm not talking about that. Then what the fuck are you talking about? And let's hear, and all I'm saying is this. If that's what she really meant, then she should then make her point now. That's all I'm saying. Let's just say I'm mishearing her. I'm not hearing her correctly too. So then now she should state her point.
Sir, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about
I know
that.
you're
I'm
not.
talking about your
Because
response.
inconvenient.
I'm talking about your response to Envy when you said more white people get approved for loans.
Since you
I'm
like
not talking
numbers,
about
Washington Post said black Americans have the highest denial rates for purchase and refinance of loans, according to Home Mortgage Disclosures Act.
Because of their credit score.
And all credit scores are the same. 15% of Hispanic loan applicants were denied, compared with about 11% of white and 10% of Asian applicants with same credit scores. And that's Washington Post, since you love numbers so much, and I know you do love numbers. That's coming from the Washington Post. That's 2023, not 1995.
I can show you a study that says the opposite.
Let me ask you a question, Mr. Elder. Donald Trump, Rudy Giuliani, and I'm pretty sure everybody who just caught a RICO with him in Georgia, they all had fathers, and they still ended up in jail. How did that happen?
Now, did you hear that shit?
Nobody said nobody said if you have a father,
did you hear
won't
that
go to
shit?
jail.
He said Donald Trump and all of the people involved in his RICO all have fathers. How did they still end up in jail? How did they still end up in jail? When the fuck did Trump go to jail? I'm just saying. Why would you say that? And all I'm saying is this. If you're trying to take a jab and you're trying to get a dig in the Trump because you don't like him, okay, man. But you sound stupid saying something that didn't happen. Yeah, Kamala Harris, she had up both her parents, but she still wound up on OnlyFans. How did that happen? Yeah, Jill Biden is the first lady of the president, of the White House and of our country, and she still found a way to get on OnlyFans. Like, what? That didn't happen. Why are you saying that and it didn't happen? You're just saying some shit just so you can try to. This nigga got a fucking hard on, like most of these motherfucking liberals, for Donald Trump, because y'all scared of if the motherfucker get back in office, he gonna fuck up your hopes and dreams. He gonna fuck up the whole thing of what y'all motherfuckers is in support of, which is motherfucking niggas suffering. That's all these motherfuckers are mad at, and that's all they worried about. I'm telling y'all right now, and that's why I'm saying it, and motherfuckers can keep on talking about it. He gonna go to jail, he gonna do this, all this shit gonna happen, he in jail now, they about to get him. They not. They don't have shit on him. Nigga said he was gonna lose the presidency because he got impeached. They impeached him twice and couldn't get him. This nigga is literally the Teflon Don. And the shit that they're trying to get on him, it's bullshit. And everybody knows it, but what are we doing? We shutting our mouths and going along with the shit. If they was doing this shit to Barack Obama, these niggas would be turning over cars and setting fires everywhere. They just literally would be. And why? And this just goes to show how disingenuous these motherfucking niggas are, and how disingenuous these motherfuckers, these liberal motherfuckers are, because y'all don't give a fuck. If I don't like you, we'll do whatever to get you. Even lie, we'll make up shit, we'll twist shit around, it don't matter. They got that black bitch mentality, irregardless of the fact. We'll make up some shit and make up a fucking word to just say it just because we don't like you. Don't know you, don't know shit about you, I don't like you. You don't make me feel good, so fuck you. And I'm sorry, I don't need my president to make me feel good. I don't need my governor to make me feel good. I don't need my mayor to make me feel good. I don't. I do not. I don't need no fucking politician to make me feel anything. You don't have to make me feel wanted. You don't have to make me feel needed. You don't have to make me feel acknowledged. You don't have to make me feel shit. Do your job and run the fucking country. Run the fucking state. Run the fucking city. Run your fucking area that you're supposed to run, and do it to where it don't cost me nothing. The least amount possible is what the fuck I want from a politician. Keep my shit safe, keep my shit up to date and working, and keep the fucking red tape and bureaucracy out of my fucking life. That's what the fuck I want you to do. I don't need you to do shit else for me. You don't have to validate me. You don't have to stroke my fucking ego. I don't need that. And I'll be so glad when you got a fucking daddy, you don't need it either, because your daddy do it for you. Nobody got to tell my daughter she's beautiful. I tell her 50 fucking times a day. Nobody got to tell my daughter how wonderful she is. I tell her that 50 fucking times a day. Nobody got to tell my son that they love him. I tell him that 50 fucking times a day. Every time I pick my son up and hold him, I hug him and kiss him and tell him I love him so much. Why? Because I do. Because I'm his fucking daddy. That's my seed. That's my hitter down there with his Patrick Mahomes looking ass. Got me a double agent on the fucking loose. You motherfuckers better watch out. Same thing for my daughter. I'm setting her up for the fucking win. She ain't gonna know shit about this ghetto shit. She ain't gonna know shit about this hood life. Only thing she'll be able to say is, my daddy, he grew up in the hundreds, but I don't know anything about it. We've driven through there. I saw where he lived, but no, I don't know anything about that. The block. That's what my daughter's story, that's what the fuck she gonna say. When she's in med school, she's gonna be telling her friends, yeah, you know, my dad's from Chicago. Yup. I was born in Michigan, and I grew up in Texas, so yeah. I don't know anything about the hood or the ghetto. I don't. And I'm not ashamed of that. And my daddy told me to tell anybody that say I'm living like I'm white to say, fuck you, you broke bitch. That's what he said to say. And he dare you to try to touch me because he said he gonna bury your ass. They'll never find you. That's what he said. It's like, what the fuck, man?
Nobody said if you didn't have a father, you were going to jail. My father never.
But guess what you did say, Mr. Elder? I'm sorry, respectfully.
May I answer his question?
Guess what you did say.
May I answer his question?
Let him finish his statement, Ted.
Okay.
My father never knew his biological father. He got thrown out of the house when he was 8, when he was 13 years old. 8th grade dropout, Jim Crow South, Athens, Georgia. Fast forward, my dad cleaned toilets, 2 full-time jobs cleaning toilets when I was growing up. Went to night school to get his GED, and then after that, he went to night school to learn how to operate a small restaurant. Age of 47, my dad saves his nickels and dimes from his job, starts a small restaurant near downtown LA. Fast forward, he retires in his 80s. He owned that restaurant. He owned property next door, plus the house that's still in our family. Not too shabby for somebody who did not know his biological father. It's not a death sentence. You still have choices. It's just much more difficult to raise a child on your own. Even Tupac Shakur said, I know for a fact. Tupac, excuse me. I know for a fact.
I wish he would have laughed, and what would have happened if he would have said something about you and your fucking watering hole comment, bitch. I wonder if that would have been funny. Shit was funny to me, but I'm just saying. She laughed at the fact he said Tupac. I get it. I'm fine with it. But I wish somebody would corrected her ignorant ass talking about going down to the water hole. Because at the end of the day, Tupac, I get it. Yup, he fucked up and he black. He's supposed to know it. Yup. But bitch, you supposed to know the fucking reference into which you're speaking about a conversation going down the watering hole. And you said it multiple times. He got corrected, took it, and changed it. Simple.
Had I had a father, I would have been more confident. I would have been more disciplined. End of quote.
Well, how did all those white men end up in jail when they still had fathers? The Trumps and the Giuliani. I'm just asking.
He said it again. Trump and Giuliani and them. They all ended up in jail. They're not in jail, Charlemagne. That's just like somebody saying, well, look at how you've been able to, come out here and be successful with your book writing and being successful as a radio show host, and you were a fucking rapist. You was drugging bitches and leaving them to get motherfucking gang raped and shit. Then you cut a deal with the DA. What if every time he came on the show, or every time somebody came on the show, they threw that shit up? Nigga be mad to the motherfucker, wouldn't he? Because it didn't happen. There was speculations, but it didn't happen. He is not convicted as a rapist. So if everybody came up and did what the fuck he did, that nigga would have a problem with that. Why? Because it's damaging to my fucking brand, it's damaging to my name and my reputation, motherfucker. That's why. The fact that you're saying some shit that's not true, you're defaming my character. Well, I knew you had something going on where you had some underage bitch and you motherfucking nigga be hot. Yeah, Envy, what was it like going on that apologetic tour about you cheating and shit and all the bitches you was fucking? Well, have you still gotten over that? Has your marriage survived that? Did your wife get you back and go fuck another dude or some other dudes? Nigga would be mad to the motherfucker if it was to say that. Why? Because you are talking about this much of a motherfucking instance that happened and you're trying to blow the shit up and you're trying to just make me look bad and discredit me so that you can discredit my talking points. And that's bullshit, dude. Both of these niggas up here are in their motherfucking kids' lives, lives with their kids, and understand how powerful it is to be a father in the home, but they both are sitting here making excuses for these single-parent bitches that are steadily perpetuating this single-parent childhood, this co-parent motherfucking lifestyle. This shit don't work. Period. The numbers prove it.
Asking the question, how did they end up in jail?
Because some people commit crimes.
No, sir. Stop. My apologies for interrupting you earlier. I just couldn't stomach the answer that I knew you were going to say.
Couldn't stomach the answer?
Yeah, I couldn't stomach because
I couldn't stomach the answer. Why, if you are a professional and you are conducting an interview, why would an answer that somebody's giving you make it to where you couldn't stomach it? Do you realize what she doesn't even realize what she's saying? I couldn't stomach it, meaning that I wanted to throw up. Do you know how disgusting that is to say? Like, goddamn, bitch. That's just like her saying, I was just gagging on your responses. Like, bitch, have some fucking decorum. Be professional. Your job is to interview, not to get on here and talk about how you feel. Unbelievable.
Your actual answer to Trump being what was happening to him with the indictments, you actually said that the system was doing it. You said there was a two-tier system. This is your words.
That's right.
That it was a two-tier system. So when it came to Trump, all of a sudden you now believe in this systematic thing that's happening to Trump. But then when it happens to black people,
but it's not about race. It's not about race.
I didn't ask you that. I asked you. Remember, I made it easy for you, and I took race out of it. Remember, I said I'm just talking about the system. I'm just talking about the system.
If you want to ask me whether I believe Donald Trump is being treated the same way as Joe Biden and is being treated the same way as Hillary Clinton, all these people are white. All these people are white. There's a double standard.
And again, she didn't get the answer that she was looking for earlier because the bitch didn't know how to ask the question. And she had several bites at the apple, and the bitch could not answer. She couldn't ask the right question to get the answer that she wanted. She just couldn't. And that ain't his fault. That's your fault.
Mr. Elder, you didn't hear my question.
You said that
you didn't hear my question.
You said some people commit crimes. So you do believe that Trump, Giuliani, they committed a crime?
I don't know.
But you just said some people committed a crime.
I said some people committed a crime. I didn't say Donald Trump committed a crime. If you ask me specifically whether I believe Donald Trump committed a crime, I don't.
Nope. You asked specifically about the motherfuckers saying that motherfuckers who got fathers still go to jail or can go to jail. And that's when he said, unfortunately, some people do commit crimes. That's what the fuck you said. That's what he said, Frank. That's what he said.
Specifically about those people and why they ended up in jail. They all got fathers.
Well, Donald Trump is not in jail.
Exactly. You ignorant fuck.
Yeah, he got indicted. That's a far cry from being in jail.
Well, why did he get indicted?
Well, he got arrested, is what I'm saying.
He's
going to get arrested.
He got indicted.
Do you hear this? He's steadily trying to put it out there. This is what I mean. When you're talking about if somebody was doing this to a black person, niggas would lose their mind. They just would. But they're steadily trying to keep the narrative going that he's going to jail, he's in jail, he's going to get arrested, he's been arrested, all that has happened is that he's been indicted. Basically mean, motherfucker done brought you up on some charges. You got a case. You done caught a case. That's what the fuck they're saying. That's all that's happened. But what do niggas want to do? Niggas want to try to blow it up and make it into something that it's not. Even if you do want this motherfucker to go to jail, fine. We ain't got there yet. Even if you want the motherfucker to go to prison or you think he's going to go to prison, whatever the case may be, we're not there yet, so why would you insist on saying it and repeating it? Not saying it once and got corrected about it. Nope, just keep going back to it. Well, he's going to get arrested. Well, he going to go to jail. He's going to get in jail. He's going to be in jail. I'm just so tired of us doing this. And my thing is y'all having this conversation with another black man and then y'all be talking about why black folks can't come together. This is why. Because niggas insist on being niggas no matter the cost if they don't make you feel good and they don't feel the same way you feel. Fuck knowing what you know. You got to feel the same way I feel or I'm going to do everything I can to tear your shit down.
He got indicted, in my opinion, because the DOJ has a double standard. They let Hillary pass, for example. She clearly violated the Espionage Act by having an unsecured server in her basement. She paid for the Steele dossier. She destroyed 30,000 emails that were under subpoena, and she got a wrist slap. And Donald Trump is now being indicted, I think, for the fourth time. It's unfair.
Right.
Black people been telling y'all how corrupt the FBI is for a long time.
Why didn't they say anything about that shit he just ran off? All that shit he just ran off, not either one of them addressed it or acknowledged it. Okay.
And the FBI has been corrupt. There was COINTEL, the FBI. J. Edgar Hoover also wiretapped MLK under Robert Kennedy, a Democrat Attorney General, Malcolm X, lots of things. Right. And I find it interesting how the same people who criticize the FBI historically are now defending the FBI because they're going after Donald Trump.
Oh, we're not defending the FBI.
Bullshit. That's it. He's telling the truth. The same motherfuckers talk about the FBI. The FBI killed Fred Hampton. The FBI killed the Black Panthers. The FBI killed all. The same motherfuckers who talk shit about the FBI Now that the FBI is going after motherfucking Donald Trump, they all doing this. Quiet as a motherfucking church mouse. Ain't got shit to say now. But be the first one talking about when we gonna get justice. Be the first one talking about see how they do us. Be the first one talking about, because the thing is this, and I'm not trying to defend white folks, and I'm not trying to defend Donald Trump. I'm doing what's right. Because what did Martin Luther King say? Justice, damn it, I don't want to misquote it. Basically, though, let me say this. If they do it to him, they'll do it to you. How about that? See, I'm not going to do of Tesla and Figueroa and motherfucking just say some shit and I don't know the reference. I couldn't get the reference right in my head. So what did I say? I'm going to move on from that and I'm going to say it a different way. If they do it to him, they'll do it to you. I think it's injustice done to someone. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Divine. And injustice somewhere is an injustice to everyone everywhere. Something like that. An injustice to one person is an injustice to us all, essentially, is what he's saying in that, what Martin Luther King was saying in that reference. Basically saying if you let a motherfucker fuck an injustice to a motherfucker's freedom, you motherfucking let a motherfucker infringe on this motherfucker's rights, they'll infringe on yours. Plain and simple. Which is one of the things I love about the Pro 2A movement. All those motherfuckers that own it, we in the same game. We all together. All for one, one for all. And injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Thank you, Thrifty Z. Thank you for correcting us and getting the shit out right. Don't let injustice go down the watering hole. Exactly.
I didn't say you were. I said some of the same people.
We're just looking and saying, damn, finally.
What's your thoughts with Florida?
Damn, finally.
And you see that they're trying to take our history out of these history books and not trying to teach our history. What's your thoughts?
I find it interesting that the Democrats are the ones complaining about Florida. This is a party of slavery, party of Jim Crow, the party of the KKK, the party of the Southern Manifesto.
That's a lot of the
part.
And here's my thing, and because what Envy just said, he asked a great question. But here's my thing to that, my point to that. They don't teach us about Jewish history. They don't teach us about Greek history. There's no Greek history month. There's no Jewish history month. There's no Chinese history month. There's no Japanese history month. However, they all have their own schools where they go and they are taught about their own history by their own people. I tell you this, I don't need a white person teaching me about black folks. It just don't hit the same. I don't. I just don't. I don't want a white person teaching me about my people. I just don't. I would prefer to be at black school, nigger school, African school, whatever the fuck you want to call it. I would rather go to my school to learn about my people, taught by my people, than to go and learn it in the public school. I don't understand why niggas today are still having the expectation. And my thing is this, even when they are teaching it, they teaching the light shit. Talking about Martin Luther King. They might squeak by and mention a little bit about Malcolm X, but he's probably about as aggressive as they're gonna get. Everything else is George Washington Carver, Vivian, what's the heart dude? Vivian, whatever his name is, the dude that did the heart surgeon shit. They talk about that. They talk about Sojourner Truth. They talk about Harriet Tubman. They talk about that shit. Tell me about my motherfucking people. Fuck these motherfucking slaves. I want to know about Mansa Musa, goddammit. Tell me some shit about that. Tell me some shit I don't fucking know that is about where I come from. That's all I'm saying. And I'm saying like this. That's something that black folks should be doing for black folks. Come up with our own curriculum. What do we really want our children to learn about their people? What do we want our kids to know? I mean, about our people. What do we want our kids to know about us that's important and pertinent? That we invented the cotton gin? So all of this shit made it easier for slaves to motherfucking make more motherfucking cotton and shit? Is that what we really, is that the important thing? Not saying that it's not a part of history, but is that the most important thing? That's all I'm saying. That's the kind of shit we should be focused on. How about this? How about if I go to black school, I learn financial literacy. I learn what it means to establish credit, how to pay a credit card off. I understand what it means not to go over the one-third rule of a credit card. That's what I want to know. I want to learn the fact that it's important for me to make my payments on time, over time. That's how you establish good credit. I want to learn how important it is to be able to work a job and make sure that you're able to save and you pay yourself first so that you can actually have a savings, so that you can actually make those milestone purchases like a home. I want to know that I should not go and spend 15 bands on a fucking wedding when I can take that and put it on a fucking house. Take my punk broke ass down to the courthouse, get married, and take that money and take $2,000 and go on a fucking 4-day weekend somewhere, and that's it. You spend $15,000, have 200 niggas show up, and don't none of the niggas even bring money to pay the shit back because niggas don't even know wedding etiquette. Most niggas don't know when you go to a wedding, you need to make sure, aside from your gift, you need to make sure that you actually give the bride and groom enough bare minimum for what they had to pay for you to eat. Niggas don't know that. Niggas show up to motherfucking weddings and niggas drop off $20. Niggas show up to wedding and drop off $50. Niggas show up to wedding and drop $100 and it be them, they wife, and they 2 kids. Motherfucker, that's 4 plates. Most motherfucking, I'm talking your basic weddings, it's at least $125 a plate. So you want to make sure that you give them at least that plus some. I'm motherfucking hairdresser making all this goddamn money, stitching in all this goddamn weave, or what Tommy call a hair hat installer. I go and do all this shit, and I go drop 22 bands on a wedding. And we living in a fucking apartment. That's a down payment on the house. Well, it was until Bidenomics reared its ugly head. Nah, that ain't shit. You ain't getting no motherfucking decent house unless you ready to drop 60 bands. That's the entry fee. Just saying. That's the kind of shit I want to learn at black school, because that's going to help me in life school. That's just what it is. Do you go, when was the last time you was in public school and you saw some Jewish kids go to Hebrew class in the school? They don't teach Hebrew in school. No, they teach Hebrew to their own children at their own schools. So when they hit that 13-year-old bar mitzvah joint, they reading from the Torah out of the motherfucking, they're reading it in Hebrew. They're speaking it in Hebrew. They teach their kids that. Meanwhile, black folks, we trying to motherfucking get Ebonics going. Yeah, we want to make the fucked up shit we've done to the English language our language. Boy, get the fuck out of my face on the internet.
No way, boy. Boy, ain't no way,
That's us.
Boy, ain't no way, boy.
Party
Boy, ain't no way,
of
boy.
Scott, the
Boy,
party
ain't
that
no
I said
fucking
earlier
way,
destroyed the
boy.
nuclear intact family, and the party that is opposing school choice. And now they want to lecture Florida on making sure the proper history of slavery is taught. I don't know anybody who's defending slavery. Anybody. Not Ron DeSantis. He's not defending.
People benefited from slavery.
Actually, you're talking about one line. You're talking about one line in about 127 pages of the study, and it is a line that was repeated almost verbatim in the associated in the advanced placement African American course that the DeSantis administration refused to use because of all the sexual stuff that was in it. It's basically the same thing that was in the advanced placement African American courses, and now because it's in that, all of a sudden the governor is accused of somehow defending slavery. He's not.
And that's exactly what it is, because we, as black folks, have always allowed everybody else to tether their cause onto ours. How the fuck did the civil rights movement become the gay movement? The LGBTQ piggybacked right on civil rights, just like the motherfucking feminist movement piggybacked right on with civil rights. We've allowed every other group, and I don't give a fuck what your group is and what you do your shit over there. Do your shit the way you do your shit. Don't come and try to hit your motherfucking wagon to ours. And we've allowed that. Why? I don't fucking know, but we've allowed it. There should be no fucking LGBTQ shit in slavery. Don't nobody want to motherfucking hear about Rosa Parks being gay. Don't nobody want to hear about Harriet Tubman. You know Harriet Tubman could have been gay. Man, get the fuck out of here. They got books they're trying to put in the schools talking about it's okay for kids and boys to give motherfucking blowjobs to each other and showing illustrations of them doing that, and motherfuckers ain't saying nothing. And the fact that I put that shit and coupled it with black history, if I'm against it, then I'm racist and I want to keep slavery, I'm in support of slavery, that's stupid as fuck. And we've all seen it. Factual information, actual fucking books mapping the shit out. And that's one of the reasons why I'm glad I live in Texas. Because I'd be ready to motherfucking kill a motherfucker trying to teach my kid how to be gay. And nobody's saying, you gotta be able to accept it. Hey, look here, man. You don't let children make adult motherfucking decisions. You don't put children in adult situations. My kid turns 18, 21, and can motherfucking support themselves, and they want to be something else, that's on them. Till then, leave my kid the fuck alone. Don't try to sway him. Don't try to make him a safe place. I'm my kid's safe place. God damn it, it's my kid.
Not doing anything of the sort.
What did you think
Well,
about
sir,
that line?
you were actually one that defended slavery. In your comments, you said that, like it or not, slavery was legal in response to reparations. So it's you that was defending slavery, correct?
Defending it and saying that it's illegal are two very different things.
Facts. Defending it and saying that defending it, saying that it was, defending it and saying that it was legal are two different things. Very fucking true, Larry.
Slavery,
unfortunately.
That was your response into if reparations should happen. So your response to that was, like it or not, slavery was legal, and one would think that was a defense on.
No, it wouldn't. One wouldn't think that. Only a dumb bitch would think that, and only a dumb bitch would try to imply that. He said, like it or not, slavery was fucking legal. It was. It's true. That don't mean I support it. Like it or not, at one point in time, you could marry a 13-year-old girl. Don't mean I support it. I'm stating a fucking fact. Like it or not, at one point in time, it was legal to have white-only fountains and or honky fountains and nigger fountains. Like it or not, at one point in time, that don't mean I support it. Jesus Christ. She's insisting on being a bitch on purpose. She's finding anything she can just to be a condescending bitch. She's priding herself on it.
And those who
well, what you would think it was a defense, but it is not a defense. Unfortunately, slavery has been part and parcel of human history from the very beginning. Asians enslaved Asians, whites enslaved whites, blacks enslaved blacks, Native Americans enslaved Native Americans. This is a culture, the Western civilization, that had a revulsion against it. We had a civil war against it. And we ought to applaud ourselves for doing so.
And guess who stopped it? White folks. Ain't that some shit? Pulled up in the CA D-I-double-L bumping AC. Ain't that about a bitch? The very thing that niggas love to blame white folks for, which they did. Yes, white folks motherfucking enslaved the shit out some niggas with the help of some niggas over in Africa. However, it was white folks that actually stopped it. Go figure that. I guess they all can't be the devil, huh?
Something about this. This is a flawed country. It's moving forward. It's becoming more perfect all the time. Today, if you are born and raised in America, if you finish high school, presumably one where you can read, write, and computer grade level, which is why I support school choice. Don't have a kid before you're 20. Get married first. Get a job. Keep a job. Don't quit it until you get another job. And avoid the criminal justice system. You will not be poor. And if you don't follow that formula, there's a good chance you will be.
You know, the first GOP debate is coming up, and you didn't qualify, and I saw you right.
Well, you didn't say. I've not yet not qualified. It's not until August 21.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought.
See what I mean? How in the fuck are you the goddamn interviewers? How in the fuck do you all have your show and this is my point. Y'all niggas are allowed. And y'all niggas allow, I mean not allow, but y'all niggas allow each other to misspeak on purpose. On purpose. Y'all insist on just making shit up to support your narrative. Don't make shit up, state the facts. But no, exactly, Verse Pro said he talking shit, but he wrong again. Not just once, because that can happen. Shit happens. Y'all consistently doing it. He's doing it, Envy's doing it, and she's doing it. They all doing it together. Just a trifecta of fucking imbeciles who insist on misspeaking. Do your fucking research. Y'all got all these motherfuckers down here working for y'all. Have somebody do some fucking fact checking and some fact finding before you go running your fucking mouth on this big ass motherfucking show. Because the thing is, y'all ain't doing nothing, but y'all got a bunch of niggas tuning into this shit and they believe in y'all when y'all saying this shit because they won't go and fact check and look the shit up.
Are you writing the op-ed that the Republican National Committee has?
I don't know anybody who's defending slavery. Anybody. Not Ron DeSantis. He's not defending.
People benefited from slavery.
Actually, you're talking about one line. You're talking about one line in about 127 pages of the study, and it is a line that was repeated almost verbatim in the associated in the advanced placement African American course that the DeSantis administration refused to use because of all the sexual stuff that was in it. It's basically the same thing that was in the advanced placement African American courses, and now because it's in that, all of a sudden the governor is accused of somehow defending slavery. He's not doing anything of the sort.
Exactly.
Well, sir, you were actually one that defended slavery. In your comments, you said that, like it or not, slavery was legal in response to reparations. So it's you that was defending slavery, correct?
Defending it and saying that it's illegal are two very different things. Slavery, unfortunately.
That was your response into if reparations should happen. So your response to that was, like it or not, slavery was legal, and one would think that was a defense on those who were asking.
Well, you would think it was a defense, but it is not a defense. Unfortunately, slavery has been part and parcel of human history from the very beginning. Asians enslaved Asians, whites enslaved whites, blacks enslaved blacks, Native Americans enslaved Native Americans. This is a culture, the Western civilization, that had a revulsion against it. We had a civil war against it. And we ought to applaud ourselves for doing something about this. This is a flawed country. It's moving forward. It's becoming more perfect all the time. Today, if you are born and raised in America, if you finish high school, presumably one where you can read, write, and computer grade level, which is why I support school choice. Don't have a kid before you're 20. Get married first. Get a job. Keep a job. Don't quit it until you get another job. And avoid the criminal justice system. You will not be poor.
And here's my thing. To all of these pro-blacks that just can't stand America, to all you motherfuckers that hate America, do two things for me. Find me someplace where niggas is doing better, and then go there. Find me someplace where niggas are doing better, and take your ass over there and prove us all wrong. But you know what? You can't. And that's why you haven't. And so you just sit here and you talk shit. Not trying to motherfucking make an actual point. You just talking shit. Niggas love to talk shit. And it's like They don't even understand the fact that you're allowed to do it. And my thing is this. These motherfuckers are so ignorant that they're doing it even on one of... If this was some old ghetto-ass, bullshit-ass platform, I wouldn't even trip. I wouldn't even be sitting here going this hard on this shit. I really wouldn't. This is one of the largest black platforms out today. There's more niggas watching this than niggas watching motherfucking any other black news channel. Ain't no black news. Niggas, it's way more motherfuckers watching this than watching Fox Soul. Facts. If Fox Soul is even still in existence. So why not conduct yourself on a higher level and have your shit together as opposed to doing the same old nigga bullshit that any other motherfucking I'm about to start doing YouTube today ass nigga would do?
If you don't follow that formula, there's a good chance you will be.
You know, the first GOP debate is coming up, and you didn't qualify, and I saw you write.
Well, you didn't say. I've not yet qualified. It's not until August 21.
Oh, okay. Well, I saw you write in the op-ed that the Republican National Committee has rigged the rules of the game by instituting a set of criteria that is so onerous. What is it? Onerous.
Onerous.
Onerous and poorly
I
designed.
mispronounced Tupac, so you mispronounced onerous.
That's right.
Boom, baby. Yes, sir. Got right back up, as niggas say. He got up with his glamour on that one. Yes, he did. Yes, he did, girl. He got his motherfucking ass, girl. Yeah, girl. He got his motherfucking ass. Motherfucker talk shit. Boop. Got you, bitch.
So we're even.
You are really petty, mister.
Now she talking about, do you realize this bitch had the nerve to say, you real petty? Oh, so when I said 2-pack and y'all corrected me, didn't that bitch laugh? Yes, she did laugh. She giggled her motherfucking ass off. Yup. Now the tables turn. I hit your ass with the same shit. You real petty. That's niggas right there. Classic. You ever wonder, a motherfucker ever want to ask me why you don't like niggas? It's because of shit like that right there. Y'all will make fun of me. Y'all will tease me. Talk shit about me. Laugh at me. Play the dozens with me. Joke on me. All that shit when I fuck up. But the minute you do the same exact shit and I point it out like you did to me, oh, I'm petty. So he's Petty Murphy, but Charlamagne got his ass. Yeah, see, Charlamagne, you got his ass. But, oh, nah, you being petty. Bitch, I'm playing the game you wanted to play. I'm playing the game you started playing. You took the first shot, not me. And now you're mad because I hit you with the same shot you hit me with? That's niggas. That right there sums it up. If it ain't what I like, you the enemy.
And poorly designed that only establishment and billionaire candidates are guaranteed to be on stage. Explain to us why that system hurts people.
Well, I ran for governor of California. I got 3.5 million votes. It seemed to me that made me credible. The RNC is requiring us to have 1% or 40,000 individual donors. In 2020, the DNC required you to have 1% or a certain number of donors. For reasons that I don't quite understand, the RNC is requiring you to have both of them. One of the...
I'm going to say this. I'm going to donate my fucking $1. Just because I want to give this nigga a chance. At the end of the day, if he can't, I don't think that he'll get enough votes to be the president, but I damn sure hope he gets enough votes and enough support to where he can at least be included in this next motherfucking administration in some shape, form, or fashion. I would suggest all of y'all motherfuckers do it. Because a motherfucker like this, he do need to be in position somewhere to do the right fucking thing. Motherfucker's honest, and the motherfucker gonna tell the truth. All I'm saying is, if that ain't something that niggas should be supporting, we should be supporting, I'm definitely doing my part. He need 40,000 motherfuckers to do it. Get 40,000 niggas to give $1. We done put money towards much less. A fucking $1 just so he can have 40,000 individual donors? Fine. I'm doing it. Got mine.
Candidates in this race is a multimillionaire. He's offered a $20 gift certificate if you give $1. Another one is offering a free, air quotes, country western concert if you give $1. Another one is giving you a commission if you are a prospective donor, to go out and get other prospective donors. It seems to me that corrupts the whole process. I'm doing it the old-fashioned way, Charlamagne. I'm asking people to support me and go to my website, larryelder.com, and give me at least $1. If I get $1 from 40,000 individuals, I will be up on that stage in Milwaukee on August 23. And when I get up there, game on, hold my beer.
So why is this system?
So would you?
Is this
He said,
system
"Game
holding
on,
you back?
hold
Did you
my
say it's a
beer."
system holding you back?
I would say it's unfair. It seems to me this early, the voters ought to decide this. I mean, in 2016, there were 17 or 18 Republican candidates. Now there's 13. Somehow, some way, our republic survived, and we could survive with 13 candidates. I don't know why they have all this rule to eliminate certain people at this point.
Those systems,
but rather than
those systems can hold you back no matter how hard you work, right?
No, I'm going to say, but rather than whine about it, my goal is to get on as many shows as I can, like yours. Urge people to go to larryelder.com, give at least $1, even if you want somebody else. Don't you think it's wise for us to talk about the epidemic of fatherlessness, the lie that America remains systemically racist, and the need for school choice? 13 public high schools in Baltimore, 0% of the kids can do math at grade level. Are you kidding me? 53 public high schools in Chicago, 0% of the kids can do math at grade level. Meanwhile, the Democratic Party is opposed to school choice, while the party elites, whether it's Barack Obama or Gavin Newsom or Joe Biden, have their own kids in private school. It is wrong, and we need to talk about that.
Larry Elder, why would somebody from our community vote for you, or why should they vote for you? Why should a black person vote for you?
Because I'm telling the truth, and the truth oftentimes is unpleasant. It's not pleasant for me to be called the black face of white supremacy, as the LA Times did. It's not pleasant for me to be accused of being anti-black, as Tavis Smiley once called me, because I don't support reparations. By the way, Barack Obama never supported reparations. Nobody called him anti-black. We need to talk about what's going on. What's going on is the breakdown of the family. And most of the things we complain about downstream, whether it's crime or whether it's bad schools, the genesis is the breakdown of the nuclear intact family, and we don't talk enough about it.
Do you agree that our community is hit harder with a lot of things that you just said, whether it is racism, whether it is getting loans, whether it is getting entrepreneurship, whether it is education, whether it is all those things? You do understand that and agree with that, correct?
I do, but much of it is either self-inflicted or because of policies that we have supported. Democrats that we have supported. I wrote a book called, it's coming out in October, it's called As Goes California, My Mission to Rescue the Golden State and Save the Nation. It's about the one-party rule in California. California has supermajorities of Democrats in the Senate and in the House. And as a result, our schools are near the bottom. People are leaving California for the very first time. We have the highest state income tax in the country. The average price of a home in California costs 175% above the national average, all because of these left-wing policies that are hurting the very people, black and brown people living in the inner city, that people on the left claim that they care about.
Do you think slavery was self-inflicted, or do you think Jim Crow segregation was self-inflicted, or do you think?
Shout out to James Horn.
Slavery was
self-inflicted. Thank you, sir.
Of course, it wasn't self-inflicted, but there are a lot of people have bloody hands in slavery. For example, slavery could not have existed had it not been for African chieftains who were selling black slaves captured in battle or captured through raids and selling them to European and Arab slavers. It could not have existed without that. So everybody has dirty hands here. That's why reparations is such a foolish thing. If you're going to get reparations from the 5% or so of white people that have some sort of generational connection to slavery, and that's all there is, then you need to go back to Africa and get money from African countries that were involved in the slave trade and in the Arab slave trade. And by the way, the Arab slave trade was even worse than the European slave trade. 90% rate of attrition, often making men and women walk on barefoot across the Sahara, and the men were castrated. Only about
So if they go after the money from the other countries, then would you agree that it would be okay to go after the money from America? Is that your problem with it?
When are you going to stop with this? Everybody has a grievance. I'm answering your question. There's no end. There'll be no end to this because slavery has been part of human history from the very beginning.
Okay, now I've let you talk. Sir, I've let you talk. And every time I talk, you begin to talk and you say, let you finish. So I asked you a very simple question. You said, if you're going to go after it in America, go after it in Africa. So if we all agree to go after it in Africa, will you then agree to go after it in America? It's just a simple question. Yes or no?
No, I won't, because it's a waste of time. We ought to be spending our time on education.
Next question.
Okay. You told me that I cut you off. Then I tried to answer your question. You won't let me finish.
Go ahead, Larry.
Thank you. It's a waste of time. We ought to be talking about working hard, investing in ourselves. Right now, as we speak, there are Haitians.
And here's my thing. I like the fact that he just got fed up and just like enough is enough. Like, bitch, you're in. I mean, this is somebody he don't know. They don't know each other. And she's still just going at it and being a bitch on purpose. She's condescending, disrespectful at the same damn time, And it's like, I like the way he conducted himself and was professional and was just like, wait a minute. Like, bitch, You just keep doing this shit. And it's like, I don't know why. I think, and that's what it looked like to me. It's like, he's like, what the fuck? And that's what made me think when I saw this part, like, why do black folks do black folks like this? Right, ALR, and just being combative for no reason. Combative, disrespectful, motherfucking unprofessional, and just be for no reason at all. This is all unfounded. If you don't like me as a politician, fine, bitch, don't interview me. I didn't come here for Teslin. I came here for Envy and Charlemagne of the Breakfast Club. That ain't you, bitch. So if you ain't gonna stay in your place and be a professional interviewer, then why not just shut the fuck up? And go get on some podcast your goddamn self and talk shit, because that's obviously what you want to do. And we don't have many black women on fucking podcasts and on social media that are this big any fucking way. And I wonder why. I wonder why. Don't nobody want to employ a bitch that's gonna do that? Put you on a big platform so you can what? Be a bitch? It's like, Jesus Christ. This was all unwarranted. There was no reason for her to be unprofessional like she's being, but she's bathing in it. She's reveling in the fact that she gets to be such a bitch and nobody checking her ass. Shit is ridiculous. It's so disheartening and so fucking sad to see that this is the only way black women can be on motherfucking radio shows. Envy ain't motherfucking vibing with this nigga. You see he's shutting the fuck up, and it's his goddamn show.
In Haiti, lining up for a lottery to come into this country. Why? Because it is the land of the free and the home of the brave. You can go from nothing to something faster in America than any other country in all of human history. We ought to be talking about that. Let me just, one more point. 1997, Time Magazine and CNN hooked up together to do a poll on what black teenagers and white teenagers felt about racism. And both of them were asked, is racism a major problem in America? Both of them said yes. But then Time and CNN asked this question of the black teenagers. Is racism a big problem, a small problem, or no problem in your own daily life? This is 1997. 89% of them said small problem or no problem in my own daily life. In fact, twice as many blacks said failure to take advantage of available opportunities is a bigger problem than
complete.
racism.
That was
Twice,
1997.
1997. Look it up.
2023 though.
You think America's more racist now after the election and re-election of Barack Obama than it was in 1997?
Yes, because of the election of MAGA, Donald Trump, 100%.
This nigga said, and this is a grown-ass man. This is a grown-ass man who has been in radio all this time, and his job is to interview people. And his response was this: I believe that America is more racist now than it was in 1997. And the reason why I believe that is because of the election of MAGA. You dumb motherfucker. The election of MAGA. What the fuck does that even mean? This is why the only time I see this show is when some shit like this goes viral, then I will go and watch it. Other than that, I won't watch this shit because of this level of stupidity. That's embarrassing. You're embarrassing as a black man. You're embarrassing as a black radio show host. You're embarrassing as a black podcaster. You are embarrassing when you're saying stupid shit like that. That's flat out stupid.
Yes.
Really?
Absolutely.
Well, how is it, Charlemagne, that Donald Trump got 8% of the black vote in 2016? He got 12% in 2020, a 50% increase. He got 20% of the black male vote in 2020. If MAGA is racist, how do you explain that Donald Trump substantially increased the percentage of black votes the Republican Party got?
Sometimes people make.
So why are you running against Trump then, Mr. Elder?
Yeah,
I'm not.
Did you hear that? He just hit this motherfucker with cold hard facts. Cold-hearted facts. He doubled his percentage of black folks. So the black folks that voted for him in 2016, he doubled that in 2020. How the fuck is that racist? Please, somebody explain that to me. Send it to me in an email. Send it to me on my fucking on the relationship rehab page. Somebody please tell me how somebody who is so fucking racist single-handedly doubled their fucking percentage of black people that voted for them in 2016. A whole 4 fucking years later, he doubled it. Please, somebody tell me that. I gotta go to
I'm not running against him. I'm running against Biden-Harris. Any one of the Republican nominees we have would be better than what we have right now. I'm not running against him. I'm running to put forth the issues I just now mentioned that I've been talking about for the last few minutes.
You know, I want to ask you about that. You know, after 4 indictments, 91 criminal charges, don't you think it would behoove the Republican Party to move on from Donald Trump?
I think that the voters in the primary will make that decision.
What do you think, though?
I have no problem with I thought Donald Trump did an extraordinary job as president, especially for black people. Best economy ever. He did something about the borders. The people that are most hurt because of porous borders are black people living in the inner city, because most of the illegal aliens have little or no education. They end up living in the inner city. They compete against black people with high school or less for jobs. There are about 1 million fewer black people working than who would otherwise be working if it weren't for illegal alien labor. And illegal alien labor, according to a study done by the Civil Rights Commission, puts downward pressure to the tune of almost $2,000 per year on the salaries of black people living in the inner city. And Donald Trump gave us the most secure border we ever had. He also supported school choice. He also did the First Step Act, which allowed about 5,000 mostly black men with long criminal sentences, nonviolent, to have their sentences reduced an average of 70 months per. He pardoned Jack Johnson, the first black heavyweight champion. Even Barack Obama didn't do that.
Yeah,
he did an extraordinary job for black people.
I think you're innocent until proven guilty, but I feel like President Biden had 4 indictments,
the fact that he's talking
criminal
about
charges,
how he feels.
You know, President Obama had 4.
Now you heard him run off all them niggas that he got off, that he pardoned, right? They ain't say shit about that. Won't acknowledge that. Like, damn, yeah, maybe you're right. Nope. He gonna keep riding with it. I just feel that this is what niggas do too, and this is one of the reasons why I don't like having intellectual conversations with niggas that talk like this. Yeah, that's all true, but I just feel like, what? You tell me a bunch of facts and you tell me shit, I be like, damn, that's a great point. I get that. I understand why you would have that position. Wow. I'm not gonna follow that shit up with, yeah, but I just feel like.
On indictments, 91 criminal charges, y'all would be telling them that they need to step aside and they shouldn't be running for president.
Well, I wouldn't vote for Barack Obama or for Joe Biden in any case, no matter whether he had indictments or no indictments. I don't vote for tax spend, regulate liberals.
You're a conservative, right? Obviously.
No question.
What initially made you gravitate towards being a conservative?
I think it was my father. My father was a lifelong Republican, and my father always told my brothers and me the following. Democrats want to give you something for nothing. When you try to get something for nothing, you almost always end up getting nothing for something. And my dad, I told you about his background. He told my brothers and me that hard work wins. You get out of life what you put into it. You cannot control the outcome, Larry, but you are 100% in control of the effort. Before you moan or groan about what somebody did or said to you, go to the nearest mirror, look at it, and ask yourself, what could I have done to change the outcome? And finally, Charlemagne, my dad, told my brothers and me this. No matter how hard you work, how good you are, sooner or later, bad stuff is going to happen to you. How you deal with those bad things will tell your mother and me if we raised a man. I wrote a book about my father's life. It's called Dear Father, Dear Son, 2 Lives, 8 Hours. It's about an 8-hour conversation he and I had, where at the beginning of the conversation, I thought my dad was harsh. I thought he spanked us too often. We had a belt. In those days, from the South, you spank kids. And I thought my dad...
His father suffered from Joe Jackson syndrome. He whooped a lot of ass. That's all. That's pretty much what he's saying.
It was way too harsh. And we had an 8-hour conversation, and by the time we ended, my dad got bigger and bigger and bigger, and Larry Elder got smaller and smaller and smaller, and I apologized to him. And it's a book that changed a lot of people's lives. It's called, as I said, Dear Father, Dear Son, 2 Lives, 8 Hours. The paperback is called A Lot Like Me. Same book, but it's cheaper.
Can you honestly say this is the Republican Party that you grew up on? This modern day GOP?
Yes. The Republican Party pretty much has always stood for low taxes, low regulation, peace through strength, not strength through peace, and strong borders, and still does. And when Donald Trump is gone, and he will be gone, even if he gets reelected, the day after he gets reelected, he's a lame duck, the party will still go on. The principles will still go on. However, I do believe that many people in our party have have spent and spent and spent so that Ronald Reagan, my favorite president, when he entered the Oval Office, Charlemagne, when he left, government was bigger. It got bigger under George Herbert Walker Bush. It got bigger under W. It got bigger under Donald Trump. And the only way to restrain spending is with an amendment to the Constitution to fix spending to a certain percentage of the GDP, with exception for war and for natural disaster. Otherwise, we're going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. Let me use the word unsustainable. That's the word Barack Obama used to describe the so-called entitlements. Unsustainable was a word that Bill Clinton used to describe them. But nothing happens, because if you run claiming you're going to reform Social Security or Medicare, the other side is going to accuse you of not caring about the sick, the poor, the elderly, and you are going to lose elections. That's why government gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So we need a law to restrain spending. Otherwise, it's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And for young people like you, these programs are not going to be there.
I mean, when you look at the simple fact of things like the money that has been sent over to the Ukraine alone, that should be problematic for every American, especially now with our economy being the way that it is. People aren't able to go and fucking shop for groceries and buy food, buying gas. All of that shit is out of fucking control. But yet and still, what was that? A couple of weeks ago, we just sent $200 million on top of the other billions of dollars we sent to the Ukraine, and niggas ain't saying shit. That makes no sense. When you talk about what we do and how we treated as black people, we talked about how George Bush didn't like black people. George Bush don't like black people and all the shit that went down with Katrina. But yet and still, we sending $200 million over to Ukraine. And niggas can barely buy gas. Niggas can barely motherfucking buy food. And here's the other part. How about the people over in fucking Maui? They are United States citizens. Those are Americans over there. Y'all do know that, right? How about they only getting $700? Yeah, all right. This the president y'all voted for. While this motherfucker on the beach eating ice cream, handing out $700 to motherfucking Americans, he's sending billions over to the Ukraine. And y'all ain't calling it out. I can say it. I've said it. But y'all won't call it out. All of the people that voted for this motherfucker won't call it out. It's crazy to me to see how even when niggas bet on the motherfucking horse and the horse ain't shit, they gonna still just be like, well, here's my horse.
Mr. Elder, I know a lot of black conservatives, and I completely agree about the black family. I don't think anybody here objects to that.
Don't disagree about that at all.
I think when you talk about ideology and then you mix in parties and then personalities, it gets kind of confusing. And, you know, you mentioned yourself not to moan and groan, you know, that as long as you work hard, all is well. And I think where the conflict is coming in is you did moan and groan about how the Republicans treated you. You did moan and groan about Governor Newsom and, you know, asking for a recall. You did not leave that up to the voters. You are moaning and groaning when it comes to Donald Trump and how he's being treated. So it just seems to be a hypocrisy. And I don't know if the message would land a little bit better if there was some fairness across the board on Democrats and Republicans. I'm an independent, by the way, and I think both parties are trash. And I think all of us here, you know, see both sides. And that's the part that's just not landing for me. There seems to be an unfairness on both sides with you.
I just think that if you was to say that, you know, you was doing that, and the fact that you did that, you did do that, and I just think it's not fair, and it's just not a bunch of unfairness on both sides. I mean, I'm an independent, so I think both parties are trash. Well, bitch, in that case, your vote don't count, so why the fuck you talking anyway? Get your ass out of here.
Well, not too surprisingly, I don't agree with your analysis. How is it that I did not leave the recall to the voters? What do you mean by that?
What do you?
You said I didn't leave the recall to the voters.
No. I said you moaned and groaned about it.
I was just
you said it should be recalled, correct?
I'm about to wrap up this show.
Correct.
I said Gavin Newsom should have been recalled, yes.
Right, that's moaning and groaning.
Yeah. Well, actually, it's taking advantage of what's in the California Constitution, which is when a certain percentage of voters sign a petition to recall a politician, there can be a recall vote, and there was one, as there was in 2003. We recalled the governor then, and there was in 2021 when I attempted to recall Gavin Newsom. That's part of our democratic process in California.
Absolutely. We agree with that. I'm going to your statement when you said rather than moan about it. A little while ago, you said rather than moan about it, I'm just going to keep doing the hard work. And so I'm just saying that technically is moaning about it because the governor's the son. That's my point, sir.
I don't follow exactly what you're saying. I really.
Thank you for not going back and forth with the bullshit at this point, because that's her thing now. You're moaning. I'm just saying that you're moaning. And he's like, in my mind, I think in his mind, he's just pretty much at the point to where he's just saying, this bitch got me. It's like, what the fuck? Moaning, and you're just moaning and groaning. I just think you shouldn't just be moaning and groaning. And I mean, I just think both parties are trash. It's like, if you are the interviewer and you're trying to conduct an interview and you're asking the questions, why do you think we give a fuck if you're independent or not? Who cares? Don't nobody care who I'm voting for. I'm not sitting here saying, yeah, see, I got to do these shows because I'm a Republican. I voted Republican in the last election. I need to make sure that motherfucker don't give no fuck about that shit. We could care less, Teslin, that you're independent and that you think both parties are trash. Why would we need to go further down that watering hole? I have no idea. I'm just saying. I don't think that it's worth us going down that watering hole to see why you're independent and what you think about both parties and them both being trash. I think that's a watering hole we don't need to go down. Stupid bitch.
It's okay. I don't expect you to.
It's
but
okay.
I'm a little slow sometimes.
One moment, yeah, we get it.
Yeah.
One moment you're complaining about the system, and the next minute you're saying the system is fair. The next minute you're saying it's not fair. So that's what I'm saying. There just seems to be a double standard on you and the system, not wanting to be accountable for a system that black people are not in charge of. By the way, of not wanting to hold both sides accountable when it comes to the system.
Do I believe Hillary was treated differently and Joe Biden treated differently than Donald Trump is being treated? Yes, I do. Is that an indictment about whether or not America is systemically racist? No, it is not.
Thank you.
Those
are they're two totally different things.
Yes,
you're
yes, they
trying
are.
to merge the two, but they're two totally.
No, bitch. You've tried to merge the two. Do you see how fucking... She's so delusional and she's so uneducated. Or the best word is just ignorant about the subject that she's literally not recognizing what she has said and is just saying shit. You're trying to merge the two. No, bitch. You've been trying to merge the two. I've been the one saying that this shit ain't got nothing to do with race. You've been the one saying that it is because it's white folks that's in charge of the system. And she just tried to turn back around and says, I'm not. This why you don't listen to no bitch, because she will fuck you up, because half the time a bitch don't know what the fuck she's saying and she's trying to get you to be just as confused as her and the shit that she's trying to say. This is exactly why you don't. This is why men were meant to lead. This is why men are supposed to be in charge. Because you listen to a motherfucker like that and you'll be sounding dumb as fuck, just like them other two niggas are. You'll be saying shit that don't matter. You'll be making points that are moot, and you'll be going down the fucking watering hole as opposed to the rabbit hole when you let a bitch who don't know how to articulate herself try to tell you what the fuck is going on. She just said what, man, please, boy. Shit. How the fuck did she just even attempt to say that and she thinks she knows? And look at her face. She really thinks she knows what the fuck she's talking about. And she don't. And she's allowed to be on a platform like this and she don't have no fucking facts and she don't have no goddamn wherewithal to even get her facts in order or to even make her point. She can't even say the same thing or ask the same question twice without motherfucking adding some extra bullshit in there. She's fucking unbearable to have a conversation with because she doesn't have the knowledge to even articulate her own fucking point. She's so busy being a bitch, she's so busy giving attitude, she's so busy being condescending that she doesn't even understand the words that she's saying and she's using them incorrectly. And she can't even express a thought because she didn't do her homework. She just got online and started talking.
Different things.
I agree with you. They're two different things. We're agreeing. We're agreeing. They're two different things. We're agreeing.
No, we're agreeing they're two different things. We're not agreeing that there's not systematic racism because we're not in charge of the system, sir. In case.
And then she just brought it back together and just mixed them both again. This bitch, this bitch done. She still didn't even understand what he's saying. He said, "I agree. We agree then."
And she then goes back and say, no, because I'm still trying to say this systematic racism. It's systematic racism because it's white people that's in charge and they're in charge of the system. But what about the black motherfuckers in Chicago? It's still white people that's in charge of the system. Well, what about the black motherfuckers in New York? Well, it's still white people that's in charge of the system. Well, what about the black motherfuckers in Baltimore? Well, it's still about the system. They're in charge. What the fuck are you saying? What the fuck are you talking about? If you tell me that it's white folks that's in charge of the system that makes it systemic racism, and I tell you, no, bitch, they're black folks that's in charge of these systems too, and you say nothing about that, and you just keep saying, but it's systemic racism, it's systematic. It's systematic, that's what it is, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Can we?
Black people have never been in charge of any system. We're not
actually, we have been. Take Baltimore.
No, we've never been in charge of any.
May I finish?
Tell me, what financial system are black people in charge of?
See how she just moved that goalpost? Do you see how she just moved that goalpost? However, even you in your ignorance, you're still wrong. Because if I am in charge, if I'm the mayor of the city, you know what I'm responsible for? The spending of the budget. Those are finances. That is a financial system that affects everyone in the city that I run. Where the monies are allocated, who gets the monies, what the monies are spent on, that's the mayor. I'm sorry. But because she's so ignorant, she doesn't even understand that. But she's trying to say, who's in charge of a financial system? Like, who's in charge of a bank? Who's in charge of the stock market? Them is white people. Yup. Then what does that mean? You mean to tell me it's illegal for blacks to start a bank? All the black millionaires that are here in the fucking... Just think if every black millionaire banked at one banking institution that was owned by blacks. Just think, is there a law against that? Let's just say there was a black bank started and every black millionaire, we're not even going to say all of the niggas, just every black millionaire pulled their money out of whatever financial institution that they're currently banking at, Chase, Bank of America, motherfucking Wells Fargo, if they pulled all their money out of there and put them in Nigga Bank USA. That's a financial institution that would literally have billions of dollars. Billions of dollars. You have billions of dollars. Jay-Z alone is $1 billion. Jay-Z, Dr. Dre, Rihanna, Beyonce. Let's just say if just them motherfucking 5-6 people put their fucking money all into Nigga Bank USA, Nigga Capital. Let's just say they did that. Then what? Financial institution that's being ran by them, right? Right. LeBron, Mike, Oprah, all bank at Nigga Capital. Then what? Why hasn't that happened? Why aren't they saying anything about it? Since they so for it and they want to go against the system and stop this systemic racism, you could stop it with Nigga Capital. Why ain't we done it yet? It ain't like they don't know. Because them rich niggas know it ain't no fucking systemic racism. That's why. Right, Magic Johnson. The list can go on. And I'm just talking millionaires. That means you got one. You done hit the 1 milli. Them and up. They just pulled their money out and said, I'm banking here, man. I'm going to Nigga Capital. I'm taking my talents to Nigga Capital. That's just what it is, and we gonna be lit. Tyler Perry.
Healthcare system are black people in charge of? What government system are black people in charge of?
I'm about ready to tell you.
What prison system are black people in charge?
I'm about ready to tell you.
I'm not talking about mayors. I already know that talking point, sir. I go on Fox News all the time as well. So let's not go there.
See how condescending she's being? He's telling her, you're asking a question. I'm telling you that I'm gonna answer. I can answer you. And what does she say? No, that's not talking about. I go on Fox News all the time. I just No, I do my homework. I you know, Fox News all the time, and I see what you said. Let's not just say the cities.
I have an answer. Just as calm as he can be. I have an answer. You let me answer. She don't want him to answer. Why? Because he gonna hit her ass with some more facts that she ain't gonna fucking acknowledge.
With that, I said, what system have we created?
Goodness.
Have we implemented that
He's
we have
like,
been
goodness,
in charge of?
exactly.
Name one.
Is this why you don't like talking to black women, Larry Elton?
This why everybody don't like talking to black women. Charlemagne says some shit right there, and I'm gonna tell you like this. Charlemagne knows that this bitch is being impossible. He knows it. That's why he said it. That's exactly why he said it. He's had to stop this bitch at least twice, like, let him answer. What this black bitch do? She gonna run off at the mouth and ain't gonna let this nigga answer. Why? Because he is going to tell the truth and she don't want that shit. And that's why Charlemagne bought that shit up. I don't like talking to a black motherfucker that talk like that. Who the fuck would? You? See, you ain't having no motherfucking conversations with this bitch. I see him, he ain't having no conversations with this bitch. When was the last time somebody said, ooh, I want to get interviewed by Tesla and Figueroa? I'll wait. Y'all tell me the last motherfucker that said that. Ooh, I want to go on Tesla's show. Motherfucker would let Cardi B interview them before they let this bitch do it. And this bitch is not a fucking interviewer. I'd rather be interviewed by Cardi B, a bitch who gonna talk about shmoney and who gonna talk about what's right and how she feel. I'd rather deal with that than to deal with a bitch like this.
Wow.
He said, wow.
Baltimore. Freddie Gray, a few years.
And it's like, you see, he's about to answer again. Bitch cutting him off.
No. That's mayors. I'm not talking. I said system.
I'm
Remember,
going to tell you
system.
about this system if you allow me to finish my point.
I'm not talking about somebody elected.
Look at her. She still won't
I
stop.
asked, what system did we create? What financial
Okay, let's talk about the system of one of the largest. Thank you. One of the systems of one of the largest cities in America, Baltimore. Freddie Gray died in police custody a few years ago. The mayor was black. The head of the police department was black. Number two.
It's not in charge of the system.
She still won't let him finish. Do you see this bitch? She's impossible. And all I'm saying is this. You might be watching this back, oh, he just don't like her because of how she. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying she's impossible to have a conversation with because she insists on being rude. She's insisting on being condescending, disrespectful, and most above all, she's just flat out being unprofessional. Why would somebody, when you talk, and I'm saying you have all these pro-black women, all these black women to get together and talk about how they don't have spaces. There's no spaces for us. There's no places for us. Because when you do get a spot, this is what you do. This is what you do.
But go ahead.
Number two person in charge of the police department was black. All
the
city council Democrats.
If the entire police motherfucking leadership is black, how is that not being in charge of the system? Somebody please tell me. And that's what he really should have said to this bitch. Like, bitch, tell me how, if I'm running the fucking entire police department, how I'm not in charge of the system. I literally choose how we police. Fuck you talking about? What are you talking about? You just saying this system shit. I'm in charge. I'm the mayor. I determine how the city is ran. I'm in charge of that system. Fuck are you? Where? How would I not be? Tell me that, please, ma'am.
Majority black.
Still not in charge of the system.
Wow.
He's like, wow.
Six officers charged. 3 of them were black. A judge before whom 2 of the officers tried their case found him not guilty.
Still not in charge of the
black.
system.
Still not in charge of the system.
Still not in charge of the
system. Intendant of public schools was black. The county superintendent of public schools was black. The attorney general at the time, Loretta Lynch, is black, as was the president of the United States, was black.
Still not in charge of the system.
Still not in charge of the system. So who's in charge of the system?
Well, Wanda Sykes said.
Thank you. Watch this bitch and see if she answers this. Because you even hear Charlemagne say, well, who's in charge of the system then, bitch? Because even now he's confused. Your own counterpart is asking you a question about the shit that you're saying, and let's see if she answers.
When Barack Obama got elected, how are you going to complain about the man when you are the man? Now, from the president to the attorney general to the state attorney to the mayor to the head of the police department to the commissions of the schools in the city and in the county to the majority of city council in that city, all of them are black. And you're still saying that we don't run anything?
So who's in charge of the
No.
system,
I said who created the system. I didn't say we didn't run it.
Did you see the bitch just move the goalpost? Did you see the bitch just move the goalpost? He just hit her ass.
Down goes Frazier! Down goes Frazier! Down goes Frazier!
He hit her ass with it. He knocked the bitch out. He literally broke down and says all of the areas of power, all of the HNICs, the in charge of this, all these niggas are HNICs. What do you mean we still don't run a system? Then she's gonna say, no, I said who created the system? Bitch, that is not what you said. You lying, ignorant, condescending, disrespectful, unprofessional bitch. That is not what you said. All that time, the 30 times the bitch says, they're still not in charge of the system. That's still not in charge of the system. That's still not in charge of the system. That's still not in charge of the system. She said this shit 30 times. Am I lying? Please stop me if I'm lying. He then broke down the whole fucking city administration. All of these motherfuckers are black, bitch. All of them are black. Every last one of them is black. Now, you telling me that we don't motherfucking run a system? I said who created the system. Bitch, that ain't what you said. You lying motherfucker, you.
Anything. I challenge a lot of those black leaders, by the way. I said when we talk about the system, what black people have been in charge of any system. I'm not talking about a position. I'm not talking about.
She comes right back and says it again. Look, this is what I'm saying like this. She needs to be fired. And you can find another black woman if you want, but her level of incompetence, it's sickening. And it's a slap in the face to, I am quite sure, there is some black woman somewhere who has taken a media class, who has majored in radio, TV, who has majored in television, radio and television, and actually has a background in this shit that can do this job. Because what she's doing, she's not only embarrassing herself, she's embarrassing black women as a whole. This is ridiculous. They ain't got to get no Candace Owens. They ain't got to get that. Go find me a black woman that just enrolled in motherfucking IDC college. This your first day? Ma'am, can you please come and we got a job for you. I guarantee you they would do better than her. I also challenge the black people in this. Bitch, they're running the system. Your point was, ain't no black folks in charge of the system. He just told you that they are, and now you going back and now you backtracking, backpedaling on what you said. Bitch, you should have thought about what you said before you said it, and you should have made sure that what you said was true, because it wasn't. And she still ain't answered this question that Charlamagne asked. Well, sis, who's the system, sis? Because even I'm confused now.
Mayor, you know good and well
you're basically saying that they're just...
And that's niggas right there. You know good and well what I be talking about now when I talk now. Now, come on now, Charlamagne, now. You know what I'm talking about when I'm talking about that. Well, okay, I don't. Can you tell me? Come on now, you know now. Now, you know when I say the system, who I'm talking about now, what I'm talking now, when I say that, now you know now. Now you know, you be knowing, you ain't stupid, you know what I'm saying when I be saying that shit I'm saying that you don't understand what I'm saying, and then I say it, and then you say it, now you ask me that, you be knowing what that is. I'm tired of calling this bitch a bitch. I really am. I think that's the first time this has ever happened to me. I'm tired of calling this bitch a bitch. I really am. She's that fucking irritating and she's that incompetent to where she should not be. And I ain't one to try to tell a motherfucker what they should and shouldn't do. she's not prepared and not ready to do this job. She's not qualified. She doesn't have the experience nor the background to do this. Dion Brown said, I asked my black wife a few minutes ago where she moved my wallet to, and she said the system has it. And then Dion, when you ask her, say, well, who's the system? She gonna say, now, you know, Dion, what I'm talking about now, Dion. Now, come on now, Dion, now. You know what I'm saying when I say the system now. This is ridiculous that this bitch is on this big of a platform talking like this, and she's allowed to. They should have never gave you niggas internet. I can't believe she said this.
They're black faces that are still in those positions, but they're still being part
Similar
of the
to you, Mr. Elder.
so-
You're a black face in a position in the conservative movement. They're just the same. They're just on the other side. I'm talking about
So then when Martin Luther King said in 1966, I believe there could be a black president in about 40 years' time, then it really doesn't matter if there's one or isn't. One, because nothing changes. He was naive.
The
He was
system
naive
also
then.
killed him as well. Well, we know that the FBI and the CIA also killed him. That system. You realize that, correct?
Wow. An individual killed him.
Right. That was also a part of Pro Hotel through the system.
COINTELPRO,
correct?
yeah.
Not correct.
COINTELPRO.
Not correct.
Thank you.
So the FBI didn't have anything to do with it. The CIA didn't have anything to do with
J.
it.
Edgar Hoover was definitely on Martin's ass. Like, come on.
I didn't say he wasn't.
Oh.
Robert Kennedy is the one that approved the wiretaps. But to say that the FBI killed him, I mean, what's your evidence of that?
Oh, no,
That's a pretty serious charge.
How about this little nugget? How about the niggas who collaborated with the assassination of Martin Luther King, i.e. Jesse Jackson, i.e. Al Sharpton? How about the niggas that was with him knew he was gonna get killed and ain't nobody said shit about that? What system are they a part of? What about that part? How about the niggas who knew he was going to get killed, stood there and got the fuck out the way? Oh, we ain't gonna talk about that part now, is we now, huh? Ain't that some shit? Same thing with them Nation of Islam ass niggas. How about that shit? Huh? How about that part? All them motherfucking niggas at the Nation of Islam, Farrakhan punk ass included, because he apologized for the shit 40 years later. I'm so sorry, my black beautiful sister, that I killed your daddy. I apologize. I'm just old now, and I'm trying to get into Allah's good graces. And yes, I did play a part because I wanted that nigga's spot. That nigga was cold-blooded with the speeches, and he was out there doing his thing, and I wanted what he had. So yes, I did go along with Elijah Muhammad and all of the motherfucking child sex trafficking shit he was doing, fucking all them young girls in the nation and not saying shit. And I went along with the rest of them Nation of Islam niggas that wanted to get this money too. I wanted the money and I wanted that nigga's spot. So yes, I did know that we was gonna kill that nigga. I was one of the main cheerleaders for killing your daddy. I'm so sorry, Miss Shabazz, but that's just what it was. That nigga had and I didn't, and I wanted his spot. Blame it on the system. Niggas won't say shit about that though, will they? That's one of the reasons why I stopped fucking with that final call shit when I found out. I'm like, wait a minute, so these motherfuckers was in on it? Get your ass out my pocket and all that shit. They was all with it. Collaborating, cooperating. They was doing it all and doing the most to take a nigga down. Fuck out of here.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Pretty serious charge.
Yeah.
Serious charge
Yeah,
requires serious
about the
evidence.
Yeah.
Look,
what is your
Mr.
enforcement
Elder,
law proposal?
It is to allow states to set up commissions of retired judges and retired DAs to get rid of these soft on crime, George Soros-backed DAs that are allowing a bunch of bad people on the streets or not charging bad people to the full extent of the law. And the people that, by and large, that are hurt by these people are the very black and brown people living in the inner city. There's a Larry Krasner is a George Soros-backed DA in Philadelphia. He's been impeached, but this Philadelphia State Senate wouldn't even take up the case. We've had 2 attempts to repeal a soft on crime DA in LA County, and it hasn't gone through yet. We've got a bunch of, in my opinion, this guy, Alvin Bragg, he ran promising to get Donald Trump, and when he got in, he said the evidence wasn't there, and then one of the former DAs writes a book, accuses Bragg of giving Donald Trump a pass, and all of a sudden, he brings counts against Donald Trump. I think it's unfair.
You think members of your party are leaning toward fascism?
Define fascism.
Authoritarianism?
Define fascism.
I mean, the rejection of democracy, the rule of law, and equal rights under the law in favor of a strong man, Donald Trump, who interprets the popular will.
No, I don't. There was a long article about Barack Obama by one of my mentors. His name is Thomas Sowell. He's an economist, he's a black conservative, still alive, 95 years old. And he wrote a piece in which he said a lot of people call people like Barack Obama socialist. Socialism is government ownership of the means of production. Mm-hmm. Fascism is when the government allows you to own means of production, the government tells you what to do. And he said, frankly, technically, people like Barack Obama are fascists. That is to say, these are left-wing people telling you how to run your business, telling you what to sell, telling you what you can't sell. For example, in California, we have a governor named Gavin Newsom who recently said by the year 2035, no more sale of new gas-powered cars. How dare you?
Exactly.
Most people don't want an EV. They like their own gasoline-powered cars, but now you're telling car dealerships they can't even sell them? What do you call that?
But what about, when you tell women what to do with their bodies?
Well, that is a moral issue.
Respond.
I happen to be pro-life. And
he got to say some other shit to go with it.
That abortion is a sin. That's not telling women what to do with their body. That's expressing my opinion about whether or not it is right or it is wrong. For example, there is a guy right now behind bars in Philadelphia named Dr. Kermit Gosnell. Mm-hmm. He is an abortion doctor who performed late-term abortions. When I ask people who consider my position to be extreme, I ask them, tell me at what point do you believe pregnancy has gone so far that to terminate the unborn would be homicide, and almost nobody will give you an answer. Yep. So in other words, what you're really telling me then is this guy, Dr. Kermit Gosnell, should be set free. He's a political prisoner. He was persecuted unfairly. If you won't tell me when you think at what point a pregnancy cannot be terminated unless it's homicide, then to me you're essentially allowing women to kill the unborn, no matter how old that unborn is, and I think that's wrong. The other thing, Charlamagne, real quickly on this issue. It'd be one thing if the pro-life community was not talking the talk and walking the walk. But there are literally thousands of pregnancy centers all over America, whether it's funding for adoption services, funding for housing, funding for education, funding for job training, to let women know they have alternatives. And every state will decide this. The government shouldn't be passing some sort of law one way or the other regarding abortion. Every state's going to decide that. I'm in California, which is a deep blue state. There have been 2 initiatives to restrict abortion. I voted in favor of them. I was overwhelmingly defeated. And when abortion has been put on the ballot in recent years, the people that wanted abortion restrictions have lost. Mm-hmm. The American people pretty much have said, first-term abortions, they want them to be legal. Late-term abortions, they don't want them to be legal. I happen to disagree with that, but I'm willing to live in a society that has a different point of view than I have on this issue.
Can you have a real democracy if you're taking away people's power of choice? If you're taking away people's power to choose and not giving them any options.
Well, if you consider it to be a crime that abortion is a sin, in my opinion, you're not taking people's right to choose. You're making a moral statement about what's right and what's wrong.
I mean, there's a lot of sins, though. Sex before marriage is a sin. I'm sure you did some of that.
As for the sins of my past, either the Lord has forgiven me or the statute of limitations has run out. I'm making a joke about that. A lot of people, of course, make mistakes, yes. Okay. And I think that people should deal with the consequences of their actions. And if you let people know there are consequences to their actions, it will inform their actions and make them behave more responsibly. Anytime you allow bad behavior to continue, you're going to get more bad behavior, whether that's...
So how does that apply to President Trump then? Because you said that was a 2-tier system that
because
that's unfair.
I don't believe Donald Trump...
You don't think he did anything?
I don't think he did anything wrong. No, I don't. I believe that he complained about the election the same way Hillary did. Hillary, for 4 years, referred to the 2016 election as having been stolen, her word, not mine. Yep. She called Donald Trump illegitimate, her word, not mine. Jay Johnson, who's Obama's DHS secretary, testified under oath that not a single vote tally was changed by the Russians. They tried, but they failed to change a single vote tally. 66% of Democrats believe the Russians changed vote tallies to get Donald Trump elected, even though Jay Johnson testified under oath, not a single one was changed. That's the damage that people like Hillary and former President Jimmy Carter and Stacey Abrams and Hakeem Jeffries and others have said for years, referring to Donald Trump as illegitimate. A greater percentage of Democrats believe 2016 was stolen than we feel that way about 2020, but yet nobody calls them election deniers and nobody accuses them of undermining our republic. And they're not undermining our republic. They're complaining about...
And that's all true. No lies told.
Word, you ain't never told no lie. You ain't never told no lie. Real niggas say word.
That's all I'm saying. Not a lie told. That's exactly what happened and what was said. Time and time again, not just one time. Time and time again. Just saying.
About an election, you have a right to do so.
I know you probably got to go. Have you ever heard the term nigga wake up call?
No.
It is an incident where a person of color forgets that they are of color and are reminded rather brutally by an unexpected act of racism. Have you ever had any of those?
Oh, brother.
I'm just asking. You think you've ever
Well,
had
I'm acutely aware, Charlemagne, that I'm a black person, just as you are a black person. And when Joe Biden insulted you by saying, you ain't really black, we don't know whether or not you want to vote for me or vote for Donald Trump, it seems to me that should have been a wake-up call on your part. How dare this guy come in here and insult you, a black man, and tell you you got to think a certain kind of way? I'm amazed that you weren't mad about that.
I'm not gonna say that.
Down goes Frazier! Down goes Frazier! Down goes Frazier!
And that was just the epitome. That was out of all the shit that he said that was true as fuck, that right there was the shit that nobody has said to him. We've all said it on podcasts across the fucking globe. Nobody has said that to him on his fucking show the way he said it. And kudos to that motherfucker for calling his punk ass out, because he the main one who talk about donkey of the day. He the main one talk about niggas having a nigga wake up call. If you aware of what a nigga wake up call is, you set your own self up for that one, boy. There you go. Now let's see what the fuck he says.
And you upset me. You know what I mean? I don't tend to get upset over things like
Well,
that.
Donald Trump, illegitimate, her word, not mine. Vote you, a black man, and tell you got to think a certain kind of way. I'm amazed that you weren't mad about that.
I'm not gonna say it upset me, just like I'm not letting you upset me. You know what I mean? I don't tend to get upset over things like that. But what I did say,
well, you just not talk about a nigger wake up call, and it seemed to me that should have been a wake up call on your part to have a white guy come in here who also said, by the way, about Mitt Romney. Because he didn't want to put more regulations on Wall Street, going to put y'all back in chains. And Joe Biden has lied for decades about his civil rights record, claiming that he desegregated movie theaters and restaurants in Wilmington, Delaware, when he didn't do any of that. He lied and said that he tried to visit Nelson Mandela during apartheid South Africa. He did not. And he came in here and told you aren't even black and let you think a certain kind of way. It seemed to me that should have been a nigga wake-up call for you, but it wasn't, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, no, for the record, I'm not a Democrat or Republican.
I didn't say you were.
He literally didn't respond to it. He just said, well, for me, I'm not Democrat or Republican. So what? That nigga wasn't challenging your political party. That white boy challenged your blackness. He said on your show to your motherfucking face, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. That ain't got shit to do with if you a Republican, Democrat, or I'm an independent. Don't matter. Bitch, he said it to your face and you said nothing. You didn't say shit about it the day after that, or the day after that. He never received a donkey of the day or none of that shit, did he? Nope, he didn't. What you got to say about that? Well, I'm really not, gonna be, upset anyway. So how it goes. I mean, I'm not gonna even let you upset me. That didn't upset me. Oh, but your black bitch up there talking about, I just see it's a bunch of inconsistencies anyway. Because, I mean, both parties are trash. I bet you this black bitch won't say shit about him and that shit happening. I bet you she won't. She gonna sit there like this.
I know what you are. I never even asked you about your party affiliation. Yeah, I'm just saying, but you are black. And to have a white guy come in here and tell you have to say think a certain kind of way, otherwise you, quote, ain't black? Wow.
How should I have replied to him, you think?
What I just now said, how dare you insult me and tell me I think as a human being, let alone as a black person? I don't tell you how to think, Joe Biden. How dare you come in here and tell me how I should think? I'm going to vote for Donald Trump if I want to vote for Donald Trump. And if I want to vote for Donald Trump, it does not make me not black. 20% of black people, black men, as I said, voted for Donald Trump in 2020. Are they not black now?
And I'm one of them,
80%
motherfucker.
of black men walking around are really black. 20% are not because they voted for Donald Trump. How insulting is that? How condescending is that?
I mean, you're probably right, but I didn't take it in that way.
Oh, and there we have it. That's entertainment. Well, you're probably right. Oh, motherfucker, ain't no probably right. He is fucking right. And you, sir, are the weakest link. Goodbye. Like, dude, he hit his ass over and over again with that shit. That right there, nigga, you ain't, boy, Boy, ain't no
boy.
fucking way, boy.
Boy, ain't no way.
Ain't no way, boy.
Boy, ain't no way, boy.
Ain't no fucking way.
Boy, ain't no way, boy. Boy, ain't no fucking way, boy.
You supposed to let that white boy come on your show and tell you what the fuck your blackness is. Plain and simple. Ain't no fucking way. I ain't no big YouTuber. And if that motherfucker if Donald Trump came on my show and said, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black, I better hold the fuck on here, boy. Ain't no fucking way, boy. You gonna sit and tell me that? I'll vote for who the fuck I want to. Fuck you talking about? You don't tell me how to fucking vote, and if I don't vote the way you think I should, I ain't black? Fuck wrong with you? But did he say that? Yeah, you know, I probably should have said that, but I just didn't, you know, I just did. Right. Now you motherfucker ain't got shit to say, do you? And neither do your black bitch. She ain't got nothing to say either, do she? Neither do your light-skinned buddy over there. Your light-skinned homie ain't got shit to say over there, do he? Ain't nobody saving your motherfucking ass.
I did. As I said to him in that moment, you know, it's just about me wanting something for my people, and I want to know what is he going to do for my people, and not only for my people now, how are you going to atone for the things you've done to my people?
Right.
He didn't say shit about no atonement, nigga. Don't try to add on to it like Teslin was doing. Nah, nigga, you didn't say nothing about what you gonna do for my mama, what you gonna do for the past stuff that you did. He just talked about all that shit that nigga lied about. Y'all didn't say shit. He talked about how the fuck you should vote, and you didn't say shit. Nigga, you held your mule. Shut the fuck up.
That's it.
Right, and this is a guy, Joe Biden, who, when he first got into the Senate, hung out with segregationists, talked about how well he got along with them, talked about how he didn't want integration because of a jungle.
Eulogized the motherfucking Grand Wizard of the motherfucking Klan. Don't forget that part.
This guy has made all sorts of insulting things to black people, and his policies right now are hurting black people. Inflation hurts the people at the bottom more than anything else, letting a bunch of illegal aliens.
Yes, Emmanuel. Larry Elder, who didn't know what a nigga wake-up call was, just gave this nigga Charlemagne one.
Aliens into the border are hurting black people more than anybody else, as I said earlier. He's opposed to school choice when he has his own kids in private school. And
Boom.
We lost a year, almost 2 years of in-school education in California because of COVID that he supported. I mean, this guy has done monstrous things to black people, and then for him to come in here and tell you how you ought to think as a black person, it blew my mind.
As a person objectively who doesn't care about either party, when I just take a step back and I just look at everything that's happening, I see one party that seems still committed to democracy somewhat, and one party who's headed fast towards fascism. That's just my personal opinion. So who do you think I would vote for?
Let's talk about fascism, since I assume you're talking about election denying. In 2000, when George W. Bush won the election over Al Gore, the Democrats, the first week of January 2001, tried to overturn the results in Florida.
Yep.
2004, George W. Bush gets reelected. Democrats, including Benny Thompson, the chair of the January 6th Committee, Jamie Raskin, a member of the January 6th Committee, joined with 28 other House Democrats and Senator Barbara Boxer to overturn the results in Ohio, claiming without any evidence that the Debo voting machine had been hacked. 2016, January 2017, Democrats challenged more states trying to get the election overturned that elected Donald Trump. Then Donald Trump challenged the first week of January in 2021. Nobody accused them of undermining our republic. Nobody accused them of being fascist.
Yep.
They exercised whatever means they could to try to win the election. I want to remind you that Hillary Clinton advised Joe Biden during the 2020 election, if it is a close election, quote, do not concede under any circumstances, close quote. Donald Trump used whatever legal means he could, advancing some novel legal theories to try to stay in office, and he failed. But I don't blame him for trying.
Yeah, but it's not just election denying. It's the disdain of women in fear of non-standard gender identities.
Oh, my God.
It's the galvanizing of pop.
Do you see how they just keep adding bullshit after he makes a fucking legitimate point and refutes and rebuts what the fuck they're saying? Like, man, get the fuck out of here. This is ridiculous that black folks are talking to other black folks like this. It's like, what the fuck is going on? Oh, well, it's not just that. It's the gender equality and all. Like, man, niggas don't care about that shit. Niggas do not give a fuck about, we got to make sure that the gender equality is right. Niggas don't care about that, man. Stop making it seem like we do when we don't. That's a bullshit-ass narrative, dude. We are not the ones out here protesting and walking up and down and marching up and down the streets for motherfuckers, men to be able to motherfucking swim and dress with fucking women. We are not that people.
popular rage against cultural elites. It's nationalism based on dominant, superior race and historic bloodlines. Like there's a lot of things that Republicans are doing.
Well, what about Joe Biden going to Howard University as he did recently, giving a commencement speech, Charlemagne, and he said the number one threat to the homeland was white supremacy. Really? The
FBI said that.
The Anti-Defamation League keeps track of how many people are killed by extremists, no matter the race of the extremists, every year. Last year, there were 25. As I said, in 2020, there were 11,000 blacks who were murdered, almost all murdered by other people, not murdered by white extremists. It's a lie to say white extremists is a big problem in America. It's a lie. It's what Democrats do to get black people angry.
The FBI said that.
It's what Democrats.
Fine.
I don't agree with that. The number one threat to the homeland is a large number of people who are engaging in criminal activity. And what Democrats do is tell black people racism, racism, racism. They trot out David Duke or some other facsimile every 4 years to tell black people, vote for us because, after all, we're the party of racial justice, social justice, and equity. And these dastardly people over there, these Republicans, are the party of Jim Crow and slavery, even though it was the Democratic Party that was the party of Jim Crow and slavery.
So why should black people rock with the GOP then? Like, what are the reasons?
Economics? I had Tavis Smiley and Cornel West on my radio show once, Charlemagne. And I told Tavis and Cornel West that under Ronald Reagan, black adult unemployment fell faster than white adult unemployment. Black Hispanic unemployment fell faster than did white unemployment. Black teenage unemployment fell faster than did white teenage unemployment. Black businesses were created at a rate faster, their revenues grew at a rate faster, and they both told me that I was wrong and that they would have the data on my desk by Monday. That was 15 years ago. I know the mail is slow, but it seems to me they should have given it to me by now. Again, Donald...
Cold hard facts. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. Straight facts.
Trump presided over the best economy ever for black people, lowest unemployment, and it seems to me the number one reason that most people vote is because of the economy. We have had 40-year historic high in inflation. We've had gas prices that are now about 40% more than what they were when Joe Biden came into office, and we have about 7 million illegal aliens in our country, and the bulk of the suffering because of these illegal aliens will be borne by black people living in the inner city. Those are three reasons alone not to vote for the Democratic Party and to vote for the Republican Party. And by the way, I'm not voting for a fishing buddy. It's not because I like Trump or like him personally. I'm voting for policies. And I don't really care whether or not his personality offends people and he does bad tweets. Maybe it might be better for our society if he were more polite. I don't know. I don't care. I'm not voting for a fishing buddy. I'm voting for somebody to keep taxes low, keep regulations low, to secure the borders and keep us out of unnecessary wars.
Like I always say, leave me the fuck alone. Politics is what the fuck I'm voting for. That's it. The people that want to get the fuck out of my life the most is who I want to vote for. Plain and simple. Plain and simple, and it's just a matter. The problem is that most Democrats aren't like that. They have an elitist attitude where they feel not only do they want to tell you what to do, but they feel that they should. I should be over you. I should tell you what to do and how much to pay. While I do what the fuck I want to do, you shouldn't. That's just what it is.
It'd be fun to have money in a fascist country, though. To be black and have money in a fascist country. Or to be anything other than
I don't agree this is a fascist country. It's always better to have money than not to have money.
Right.
All right. Anything else, Tess?
Well, just a simple question. Have the Republicans done anything that you disagree with? Just out of curiosity.
They spend too much. I think taxes are still too high. I think that there are a lot of Republicans that support things like minimum wages. And by the way, Milton Friedman, one of my favorite economists.
So he's answered her question.
Said the minimum wage is perhaps the most anti-black law in the statute books, close quote. At one time, a black teenager was more likely to have a job than a white teenager until the minimum wage came along and kicked it up and up and up. So there are policies that the Republican Party supports, like minimum wage. Some of them do that I don't like. Also kinds of licensing, unnecessary licensing. I was at an Apple store a few years ago.
He's running them off.
And this black woman waited on me, and she was very sharp technically.
Shout out to my man Jay Turk for donating. Thank you, sir.
And I said, have you always been technically sharp? She goes, well, I'm not really. I'm just here because I want to earn enough money to get a license to cut hair. I said, black hair? She said, yes. I said, you don't know how to cut black hair already? I have black barbers in my family. Everybody learned how to cut hair on their own. She said, well, in California, you have to have a license to get, you have to have a license to open up a shop to cut hair. I said, how much does it cost? She said, $5,000. I said, you need to get a $5,000 license to learn how to do something you already know how to do?
Exactly.
What is that? So a lot of the rules and regulations, Okay,
fair. It's hard to get around them systems, no matter how hard you work.
Well, the system applies to both blacks and whites too.
Thank you.
But fair enough, those systems ought to be struck down. So there are lots of things Republicans do that I don't.
Well, it's not just cutting hair. You know that. You know they have to train how to learn with diseases and to make sure.
Nope. You wrong. He's talking about just the license. Going through and getting your motherfucking shit together is one thing. Getting your motherfucking it shouldn't cost you $5,000 to do that shit. Bullshit to the back. Motherfucker shouldn't have to pay $5,000 to go through motherfucking barber school to get the license. Now, if that's what the school is charging, that's one thing. But to get my license, no. If I can go and take the motherfucking test because I know the test and I can pass the practical, I shouldn't have to do that. Because like he said, there are people who can be self-taught and learn how to cut hair. Give me the test. If I paid a little test fee, $50 or whatever for the test fee, and I passed the motherfucking test, I ain't got to drop no motherfucking 5 bands. Nope.
Your clippers are clean and make sure certain things that you have to follow certain protocols so that you can be a barber, so that you can make sure that the community's safe when you're doing these protocols.
Well, if there weren't government protocols, there'd be other protocols. For example, there's something called the Consumer Reports. That's not government, and it comes out and it talks about cars and what cars are good, cars are safe. If government didn't do these kinds of things, entrepreneurs would step in and they would have licensing. So there'd be a little sticker on the window when you go to a barber shop, and it would say, "I've been approved by so and so licensing board or organization."
Some of it's bullshit. 5,000 is too much, though. But
there are all sorts of things that we would do if the government was not doing them.
Do you have a black barber?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, okay. Just making sure.
Actually, I have a black barber for 25, 30 years. He got cancer, and now the person that owns the shop, who is Latina, cuts my hair.
Okay. I do want to ask you one final question. When do you think systemic racism ended? Since you said it don't exist anymore, when did it end?
I can't come up with a specific time, but Civil Rights Act. Civil Rights Act of 1964, Brown versus Board of Education, the Loving versus Virginia Act that struck down race mixing. You couldn't, for 13 states, you couldn't marry a white woman. Yep. Again, I think that when Barack Obama got elected, that was a big deal. When Obama got elected, this is really important, he got elected with a little more than 52% of the vote. He walks into the Oval Office the third week of January, he had a 70% approval. Now, how can that be? How can 15% all of a sudden support this man? It wasn't because they wanted capital gains taxes raised, which Obama promised to do. It wasn't because of Obamacare, which Obama promised to do. It's because many Americans said at the very least, he'll stop the nonsense that America remains systemically racist. And for 8 years, in my humble opinion, he played race card after race card after race card. So when he entered the Oval Office, both blacks and whites thought race relations would get better. When he left, both blacks and whites thought they got worse. Why? Because he did things like the Cambridge police acted stupidly when they didn't. If I had a son, he looked like Trayvon. When what happened to Trayvon had nothing to do with his race. He embraced Black Lives Matter. He invited Al Sharpton in the White House over 70 times. He said that racism is in America's DNA. He said all sorts of things so that when he left, both blacks and whites thought race relations got worse.
Right, but sir, this is where and we can just agree to disagree, because you're mixing race relations and voters, what voters decided to do, who might just be very good people that decided to elect a black man, confusing with institutional system racism. And those are just two totally different things. And it's okay if we just agree to disagree. I'm talking about structures, not what voters did, or voters wanted to see better race relations. We're talking about structures, the same structures that you referenced several times that have also spited you. So that's all
Joe Biden, for example, when Georgia reformed its law, said it was worse than Jim Crow. It's Jim Ego. More blacks voted in Georgia than ever before. The percentage of blacks increased. If the structure, how is it that the structure did not stop black people from voting in Georgia?
Well, I'm not talking about voting, sir. I'm talking about, and just to be fair, I think Joe Biden and what Joe Biden has did to African Americans, particularly with the war on drugs, was one of the worst things that actually happened to black people. Just to put that on the record, he too was a part of that system that I'm talking about. Democrats as well. I just try to stay balanced to say that same system applies on both sides. Democrats and Republicans helped with mass incarceration. Joe Biden wrote it. So we have no problem. I have no problem condemning him as a Democrat for what he's done.
Why can't I stop? Let me just say this. It's like this, and I see my boy Raylon in here. The things that we have disagreements with and that we may not like about a candidate, there is no perfect candidate. And let me end wrap up with this, because I'm going to smoke my cigar. There is no perfect candidate. There just isn't. there's something that you're not gonna like about every candidate. Just period. There's not one thing, oh, I like everything they do. There is no candidate that exists like that. So stop looking for it and stop using that as your measuring tool. The thing is, what this person is here to do and what this person's job is and what their policies are is what's important. Like Raylon said, but he's listening to his radio show and the blind support of the police, he can't get with it. Okay. Him being president ain't got shit to do with the police. Said, I'm going to donate to get on stage, but I wouldn't vote for him. All I'm saying is, if it became between him and Joe Biden, who do you think would be the better president for the people, for us as black folks? Would you let that one thing that you don't vibe with him on keep you from voting against everything else to where he wouldn't get your vote? We can't be that one-dimensional to say that one thing I don't like about or I don't agree about this person when that's not his job. Now, if he was running for police chief, I get it. He want to be the police chief, the head top cop in your city, I get it. I wouldn't vote for him. Fine. That ain't his job. He's running for president. And the president, last time I checked, don't control police departments. That's just what it is. He don't determine who get locked up, who go to jail, who get pulled over. He don't. That's local politician stuff. His point of view and how he looks at it is one thing, and it's his, and he should have a right to it. But it is not his job to go out and be the police. He's trying to be the president. That's how we have to think. We got to think about what this person's job is and what this person's opinions are. Two different goddamn things in some cases, like this is. His view and his opinion of police and what has happened and in certain cases and all that shit, it's all relative and all subjective. However, that ain't his job as president to lock motherfuckers up, pull motherfuckers over, and arrest motherfuckers. That's not his job. His job is not to enforce the law. He's not a LEO. So that shouldn't have a bearing on your vote for him as president. Let's get past the things that we may not like and let's look at the actual facts and look at the policies of a person before we decide. Because more than likely, you might have more in common with somebody than you don't. I want to thank everybody for tuning in to the show. This was fun. It was long, but I think it was necessary. I had to get this one off my chest because I couldn't hold my mule. I want to thank everybody for donating that donated. I want to thank everybody for clicking the like button that clicked the like button. I appreciate you all. Thank you guys so much. It was good to do this show. We went, almost 4 hours. This was a long one, but it was necessary. Till next time, peace, and I'm out.
What's going on, everybody out there in the internet world? It's me, Brian Redmond, also known as the Relationship Rehab. And I need you to do two things. What are those two things? Subscribing to both my channels. I need you to go to the Relationship Rehab, subscribe to that channel, and then I need you to go to United Guns of America and go to that